All right, we'll call this general committee meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here this evening. We start our meetings with the following land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that we are in the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississauga and Anishinaabe. We offer our gratitude to the First Peoples for their care for and teachings about our earth and our relations. May we honor those teachings. We'll now take 30 seconds to reflect. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem. And the Council for the City of Peterborough recognizes the principles contained in our Constitution and the Canadian Charter and Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Clerk, any disclosure of pecuniary interest this evening?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have several members with disclosures, including His Worship.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thanks very much. I will recuse myself of voting on the proposal that's been put forward regarding Tring University for a battery storage facility. And the reason I'm doing so, as a director of City of Peterborough Holdings, Inc., we will have a competitive proposal that is coming forward. As members may know, the IESO, the Independent Electric System Operator Province of Ontario, has determined that there's going to be so many megawatts of battery storage capacity allocated across the province of Ontario, and there will be many entities trying to secure a portion of that battery storage capacity. So on that grounds, I feel it'd be inappropriate for me to vote on the Trent proposal.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Any others? Okay, and I too will declare pecuniary on the notice of motion for the same reason that the mayor's outlined. I too am a director on Kofi. All right, so we have one item coming out of closed session this evening. Water Street, that council approved the recommendation outlined in report LSRS 23-004 dated October 30th, 2023 of the Commissioner, Legislative Services as follows. That respecting the property known municipally as 1138 Water Street, Peterborough, staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LSRS 23-004 dated October 30th, 2023 of the Commissioner, Legislative Services. Moved by Councillor Parnell. Any comments or questions? All right, we'll take a vote in e-scribe. And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. We'll move to our consent agenda. Committee members, let me know if you'd like to speak to any of the following. 11A1, 2031 Municipal Housing Pledge. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel and Mayor Leal. 11A2, Fire Dispatch Services for City of Belleville. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 11A3, increase of contract amount awarded to Nimble Information Strategies. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. All right. So we have two items up for consent this evening, 11A2, 11A3, moved by Councillor Purnell. Yep, moved by Councillor Purnell. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Thank you, Chief, for being here and securing this report and your good work. Thank you. All right, we have two presentations this evening. Our first one, 10A, Physician Recruitment Update, and I believe we have Ms. Lynch and Ms. Keenan here. So thank you for both of you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and General Committee. About a year and a half ago, City Council and County Council assigned the task of physician recruitment and retention to Peterborough and the Kawarthas Economic Development. At the same time, they also formed the Peterborough Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee, which helps guide some of those decisions and the work that we undertake on behalf. And so we would like to recognize Councillor Vasiliadis, who sits on this committee, as well as the city CAO. We also have a number of representatives from the physician community. We have 3 family physicians. We have somebody from the Queen's Family Residency Program, somebody from the hospital PRHC, in addition to Peterborough Family Health Team. And so our chair, Mike Vanderbroek, who is here with us today, chairs the PPRC committee and helps guide that. And of course, we have hired Karen Lynch to help with those physician recruitment efforts, and she would like to give you a status report today. With that, I'll turn it over to Karen.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to bring you an update. The first one is we're looking at going by the numbers. We have 12 Queens residents within our community who are in their last 2 years of studying and practice within our area. We've attended 6 health webinars. We have 4 Ontario reps through Ontario Health, 28 partner engagements, 114 physicians are currently in practice, leaving us with 25.5 opportunities to fill spaces within that. Some have retired, some are looking forward to retiring, and so that's where the 25.5. We do have 5 family health organizations. You met Mike, who is part of our Peterborough Family Health team. We have attended 2 medical schools, university job fairs. We have 2 Trent business students who are helping us, and we have to date given, actually as of this morning, given 3 physician tours. We have our committee PPRRC, there's 11 members there, and 1 joint partnership. Within this, here's our Queens residents. They are great to get out and about the city and out into the county to familiarize themselves with all the amenities here. So the photo, we have year 1 graduates or year students who will graduate in 2025. The year 2 students will be graduating in July of 2024. So for us, it's very important to engage with these physicians to make sure that they want to stay here and make sure that they get to experience everything that's here, but also making sure that we're looking after them and finding out who they are and what their needs are. That's very important because we don't want them to stay if this isn't where they really want to be. Within our community of the city of Peterborough, we for the first 4 months, I did a lot of listening, and we called it the learning tour. So I got to meet family physician leads, and then the administrator leads within each of these FOs. So within the city of Peterborough, we have the Peterborough Clinic, we have PRHC, we have the Medical Center, and then we have the Peterborough Community FO. And then besides that, we do have with the Greater Peterborough Community FO, there are 7 offices within the city limits as well. So there's lots of physicians and offices with right in the city center. So we have quite a few physicians today and that are not wanting too many large rosters that their predecessors have had in the past. Life and family are more of a priority than working long hours. Physicians also now today want more variety in their career, family practice plus long-term care, hospice, OB, etc., and that list goes on. One of the pieces that we found within the community is some of the expenses that are burdened upon our family physicians, and one of them is their EMR software system. They have to have that. Most of the family health organizations, they have different ones, but the costs keep growing for them, and they don't have the control to necessarily manage what that looks like without totally changing software. Physicians do want an incentive of some sort when they come to work here. Not necessarily is it always monetary, but it's also what else can we offer them that makes their life and their work here better. We do know that in Asphodel Norwood, the Norwood Clinic is very popular with physicians, making other townships and municipalities step up. Is that right or is that wrong? That's something that we'll learn as we continue to go through the process. Partnership housing and community social media and website. So this speaks to the one project that we are working with on a partnership with PRHC. It's called medshousing.com. So what this is, it's like Airbnb, but this website is specifically targeted towards our health community. So that's asking our residents if they have any properties they're able to go onto this website and list that. So when physicians are coming into our community, whether they're doing locums, if it's 2 weeks, if it's a month, if it's 6 months or a couple of years, finding housing was always a challenge. With this one, we have about 12 listings on there right now, so it's not as fulsome as we would like it to be, but it has just started. So we're hoping that number will continue to grow so that when our healthcare professionals are coming into our community, they have no problem finding where they'd like to be. It will take one piece when we look at this. We have our website on here, and you can practice anywhere, but you can live here is one of the mottos that we are working with. It will take a community to bring physicians to our area and to retain the ones we currently have. This is more than a one-person job. We have a great marketing team by the name of We Design, and from my perspective, we need to invest more time here and have a more fulsome marketing plan. We have gathered a lot of information over the past year, even before I came into the role, from different reports, from surveys, input from community physicians. And right now what we need to do is aggregate all that information and pull it into a strategy. When you're doing that type of work, plus you're trying to recruit physicians, you need to look and realize you can't do it alone. And so you look to our partners. So that was Trent University. And we have engaged 2 Trent business students who are helping us go through all that information and helping us find the themes of that and to bring it to life, to see where we are, where are the gaps, and how we can move forward. The other piece I learned within this listen and learning tour was that all the FOs, as I mentioned, there are 5 of them, all work very well together. Right now, they are doing their own recruiting to some degree, but when the physicians come, they have reached out to me to let them know they were here, and also said that just in case they don't fit, we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to meet them so that we don't let them leave Peterborough and the Kawarthas area. So that's a nice piece. We're working with all the FOs, plus we're working with PRHC to make sure that we're giving them something they would like to have. I'm going to leave this for right now. What this is, I think you all have copies of this. This is a story map. So when a physician reaches out to me about any interest in the Peterborough and the Kawarthas area, we have a nice chat about who they are, what they're looking for, what their family dynamics are, if there's a spouse and children. So we find out all that information. And then I send them this. It's called a story map, which is kind of like an appetizer of everything and who we are. It's a visual digital piece. So I send that out to them. Within that, there's links for the city, the county, for Peterborough and the Kawarthas, relocation guide, but also showing all the amenities from culinary to activities, workshops and such in schools for their family. Challenges and opportunities. We need to get in the game. We have a lot of ground to make up for. The last number of years, minimal effort has been put into this sector. We do not have necessarily at this point have the ability to compete against other communities offering 150,000. As I mentioned, the EMR, which is their software, costs have a negative impact on physicians' budgets. Locum coverage, so that's a physician who will look after and do part-time work for a physician so they can go on a 2-week holiday or take the summer off. So they locum coverage for our current physicians looking for support. So that's a challenge. Duplication of efforts. Who is doing what and can we all work together? Not enough preceptors to take on med students and others looking to grow in their practice. So that's the mentors that we need. Some of the even new Canadians coming to our community, they just need to have someone that's low supervision, but that takes time and that takes capacity away from our current physicians. So it's finding that sweet spot to make sure that we don't lose any of those opportunities that come. Opportunities are creating our strategic plan and engaging with Trent University business students to help with that. Becoming the leaders and engage the full community to create a better system that meets the evolution of our primary care. That will give our physicians what they need so they in turn can give the appropriate care to our community. Creating innovative community-related incentive packages. So again, that's speaking to the idea of it's not necessarily are they looking for that cash, but what else can we give them to show them that this is where they want to be. Investing potentially, again, these are all just opportunities and ideas. Invest in the EMR system and remove that financial burden from our physicians so they can in turn invest in their business. And when I say invest in their business, that means getting more professional help alongside them, whether it's nurses, administrative staff, nurse practitioners, what they need. So that's them investing back into their business. Again, it's just an idea. We need to celebrate and appreciate our current family physicians. Showcase our beautiful community with all its amenities proudly to our new recruits. And even some of our current physicians not necessarily have been able to get out and explore, especially since COVID was still so close. It's making sure that they know what's available to them and appreciating what they do. Next steps is to continue to get the right people on our PPRRC committee. Our budget has been created, presented, and just now needs to be approved by city and county. Set up more meetings with our family health organization leads and our admins, and we'll do that semi-annually. Continue to learn and grow by attending university events and conferences. So just with this one, attended McMaster University where we engaged with 40 students there. We walked away with 10 leads. So how you generate a lead is they have a card with their name and contact information. If they're interested in exploring further with you, they give you the card. So it's not the reverse of us handing out cards. They give it to us. And Friday, we were just in Ottawa where there was 114 there. And we walked away with 23 students who were interested in potentially learning more about Peterborough and the Kawarthas. From a communications, create a communication process for incoming recruits and create a recruitment process with resources folder to individualize for each physician, using the story maps, photos, videos to welcome doctors, etc. We need to keep our lineup current and we need to keep municipal incentives up to date. And just for the tail end of this is our budget that we submitted. And again, speaking to it, that it is a large budget. But as I also mentioned, we have not been completely in the game and we need to step up in order to be recognized for physicians coming to our area. And I believe that's it.
Ms. Lynch, thank you so much. That was excellent. Really appreciate it. So we do have some questions, if that's all right. I have Councillor Reel and Baldwin. Councillor Reel.
Through the chair to Ms. Lynch. Karen, thank you very much for being here. first question, are you recruiting in both the city and the county? Is that part of your job?
I'm sorry,
Is your job to recruit both in the city and the county?
correct. Yes.
So how do you separate the two from a perceived conflict if you're doing for both the city and the county?
Well, I work under the Peterborough and the Kawarthas Economic Development, and that is their mandate to service both. So
So-
that's what I do. That's
Yeah.
who I work for, and that's who for me, when it comes to recruitment, as I mentioned earlier, all the foes are collaborating together. That when I bring a physician in, they meet with all of them to make sure there's a fit. So I'm not pushing them to one foe or another. It's making sure that they understand what the opportunities are, because each foe operates a little bit differently. Some have a corporate model where they buy in shares, and some don't, and they're a business model where they're working together.
You help recruit the 2 or 3 doctors in Norwood Asphodel?
No, I did not.
Are we looking to replicate that where the township built a medical center or a medical building? They're supplying, I guess, the administration and kind of the maintenance of the building, so the doctors just walk in and do the job. Is that something that we're looking to replicate here in Peterborough to attract doctors?
That's not part of my mandate. My mandate is to bring the physicians into what's here, but part of that is looking at opportunities, but that's working as our full committee to see what opportunities are. Through our family health team, we have the foes and they have their business model, and that's the model we're working in to fit right now. So my role is to garner physicians who want to come to our area. And once we get them here, they're talking with the leads, which are physician leads and the administration leads. They need to fit within that focus. I may bring in a physician, but maybe they don't quite work. So it's up to the faux leads to make that decision and have that offer. That's where I step out. That's not part of my role.
Oh, I guess the question where I'm hitting what's the impediment for doctors not wanting to come to Peterborough? If Norwood has got onto something here where we're providing a building, we're providing the administration, we're inviting all of that kind of the paperwork that the doctors want to get into, just come and look after their patients. Why is that not something that the city of Peterborough should be looking at? If that's the way we can attract doctors, as opposed to them going into either a business that's already here. Maybe this is something that the city needs to be looked at. We have some buildings, and certainly maybe that's something that we can do to attract doctors, to make that marketable for us to be the destination spot for the people that you were talking to, both in Hamilton and certainly in Ottawa.
Through the chair, Mike just mentioned a valid point, and thank you. There is a CHC, Community Health Center, that is in the works within the city of Peterborough, and it's being forwarded for funding through the province. So that is a different model than what the family health organizations are at. May I bring Mike up to speak to that if you'd like?
Absolutely.
You might as well hear it straight.
Thank you. As you may be aware, there's a community group that has put forth a very substantial plan that calls for a community health center. It's funded, that proposal currently, I think, before the ministry as part of a provincial funding initiative that the ministry is currently going through. It is a different funding method for physician remuneration, and therefore it's also a different method for how services can get provided and whatnot. Peterborough, I think, has grossly underfunded relative to other provincial communities like this of our size. Many other communities have funding models that would support family health organizations like we have here in Peterborough, but they're also supplemented with additional resources that come through different funding models for different ways that physicians can be compensated. So that their physicians would be more on a salary-based kind of model, which is what a CHC would help provide them to. So it gives a different structure that would allow physicians to be compensated and concentrate on their clinical work as opposed to working on all of the administrative things that are required. it's fundamentally coming back to the complexity of how the healthcare system and how primary care systems are funded. And it's because of that complexity that we're actually handcuffed to some degree, because we don't have access to those other kinds of models that are available. And this is a political thing. This is a thing that it's an issue that stems from how our system is funded from the province. And the trickle down effect of how it's impacting physician recruitment is what you're seeing as communities, not just locally, but communities are pitting against each other across the province and competing for these physicians. And that is a very disturbing trend across the province, across the country as well, where provincial mandates are being downloaded to communities like Peterborough. Communities within Peterborough now are starting to compete against each other for those same resources. And I think it's a tragedy in terms of being able to coordinate recruitment. And it fundamentally comes back to not having appropriate means of being able to support physicians. Physicians, I think we also have to recognize, have come through the pandemic scarred, as many of the healthcare providers are. They're traumatized. Expectations by the public are huge. Expectations on physicians are huge, and they're no longer able to sustain that. The realities of the Dr. Baker, if I may use my generational reference, that is what people expect. The reality is physicians are looking to maintain control over their practice so that they can actually provide good care. Physicians want to provide good care, but they cannot sort of provide it to everybody because they're stretched so thinly. We really have to find different mechanisms to help support physicians and to be able to provide care in an effective way. And that's the challenge. And I think the community health center would be a great example for our community to be able to attract physicians that can work in a different model that would allow them to have that work-life balance that they're looking for. And it would allow more citizens to be able to access care and reduce that growing problem of unattached patient care in our community. So the challenges that Karen's trying to address is a sliver on those few people who may be showing interest in coming here. That is only a very small sliver of the whole issue around trying to find sufficient physicians for our community and our residents.
All right, thank you, Councillor.
To the chair, my line of question was maybe that Norwood had found, the sweet spot of how to attract doctors, and congratulations to them that if the community itself was supplying a building, supplying all of the onerous work of the paperwork and all that stuff, and letting the doctors, like you said, do the clinical part of it, perhaps that's the Rosette Stone of, so to speak, of how us to do this. And if this is something my question was, is this what we're looking at to try and attract doctors to come here instead of them having the onerous part of doing all the paper pushing, all that stuff, and all the administration has gone away from them. We just want to take care of our patients the best we can. And maybe they have found the right way about going about it, and kudos to them. And that's where my questions were going. Maybe we should be looking at that. I know you talked about the community health. Now that's only one thing. I'm just saying that the needs are great in the city of Peterborough. I don't know, what is it? 14,000 people don't have a doctor.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Reel. I have Councillor Baldwin, Lachika, Crowley, DeGay, Mayor Leal, Burke. Councillor Baldwin.
Glad I'm number 2 in the batting order here, Mr. Chair. Karen and Michael, thank you very much for being here. Just a quick question. We've been branding ourselves now as outside the ordinary, part of our marketing and branding, but it doesn't sound to me like our branding is working. And part of the reason for that, we found it a long time ago, was that if we could recruit a physician, part of the impediment was we couldn't find a job for their spouse or partner. Is that still the case?
Through you, Chair. It was interesting, and I just want to clarify too. what I was suggesting was that we haven't really been out there. So it's not that our branding and people don't, we haven't been out there. So they don't know that they may find us serendipitously through some physicians and such as that. And that's where it's like, we need to go out there and push and fly our flag to say that we are here and we're viable and we're ready. We do, sorry, repeat the last part of your question.
The impediment that a while ago, we seem to be able to attract physicians, but part of the reason for them coming to
Okay.
Peterborough was their spouse or partner couldn't find, appropriate employment. Is that still an issue?
It is still an issue, but at the same time, we have a great network. And I think that's the great piece of being under Peterborough and the Fourth is economic development, is we pushed out. We had 2 tours here and made sure that we brought in business partners. So we brought in the chamber to talk when we know who they're doing and what's happening. So I think that's the piece we need to once we know who and what their skill set is, then we're able to help them find that instead of leaving it up to them to come to a brand new area, not know who to talk to or where to go. So it is still a challenge, but I feel like being under with economic development, we're able to, there's so many of our partners are there that are in the industries that they're in and are looking for those people.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair, it was mentioned the community health center that we've made application to, or your folks have on behalf of the county and the city. The residents who are here in Peterborough, the first and second year students that you showed on the slide, have we mentioned that possibility to them? And I'm wondering what the reaction might have been with respect to this potential new program or new way of doing business.
Through you, your chair, do you have any insight onto that?
It fits with the physician recruitment retention committee we did, and the Ontario Health Team, the Peterborough Ontario Health Team, did a survey of the last 10 year of medical residents that we've had through the Peterborough community, and how many of them actually have landed and stayed in Peterborough, and how many have moved on to other communities. And the reflections in that document came out is in line that more physicians are looking for a community health center type model, as opposed to establishing a traditional independent practice where they would roster patients themselves. So how many of them? I can't comment on numbers on that, but it's the trend over the last 10 years is to move in that kind of towards that type of a community-based health center where physicians can participate as part of a multidisciplinary team, and they work basically on schedule and are remunerated on a salary basis, as opposed to where they're rostering patients independently or working on a fee for service.
Right. So through the chair, the reason I asked that question was that we have those doctors in Peterborough now. It's not, I know I've heard the trend, I've heard the research, but is there an opportunity if we're successful in this application for the community health center of reaching out to those physicians who are now interning here in Peterborough and say it's coming? Would that be attractive to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Just a couple more, Mr. Chair, if I might. Myself, Warden Clark, we made a presentation at AMO to the Minister of Health. We went through a variety of scenarios here, including that a place like Peterborough couldn't possibly offer physicians $150,000 incentives or other things like a job for their spouse necessarily, or free housing for a year, a boat, a cottage, all these kinds of things. We were pretty clear with the minister that that wasn't going to work for Peterborough. But I see your budget is pretty robust. I'm wondering if there's any kind of incentives in that budget that would allow us to potentially compete with other communities across the province.
Chair. Absolutely. We're hoping that is the plan. And a lot of it has to do with marketing and just letting them know, like having that authentic, right, with our tourism we're promoting authenticness. So it's making sure our photos and our videos and all our marketing pieces actually showcase our local physicians and our local community, and there's no stock, so that when new recruits or uh, visiting physicians come here, when they see that marketing and all of a sudden they walk down through the bow, it's like, oh my goodness, I saw you on the video. I saw you on the video. I saw that you're out kayaking. I saw that you were at a downtown restaurant and such as that. So that's been the main piece of where that's going. The other piece that we're looking at is from a community perspective. They're the ones that can help us build what those incentive packages look like. Because again, right now we need to get into the game, so it's going to take us a bit more money than what it would take to be ongoing if we were constantly there, right? It's when you're starting something new, you need to have that bigger budget to get where we need to go, but we also need to have a community that wants to be involved and get there. So that's where the creative piece needs to come into, that we know that the $150,000 isn't going to last. The other piece too is, as soon as you offer someone that much money and someone's been here for years, they're kind of looking and going, what about me? So we need to make sure we keep that balance of recruitment and then retention in there too. But it's absolutely on our radar, and it's trying to create that creative incentive package.
Okay. Mr. Chair, would you put me back in the list? I have two other questions, but I don't want to monopolize the mic. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Karen, Rhonda. Thank you for being here, Michael. We appreciate the update because it's certainly something that's ongoing and unfolding. I have a couple of questions, and it has to do with what you mentioned about visiting the McMaster Faculty of Medicine. I'm just curious how many job fairs at faculties of medicine that you've done this year.
2. I started in June, and so we have 2. And it's actually just as I started, I learned that a lot of the universities were putting a big protective arm around all the first and second years, because I don't say because of people like me, but because of recruiters coming and bedazzling them and saying, hey, come here, we'll do this, that the universities were saying to them, okay, well, you need to stay focused and do your studies and not worry about the outside forces. And when you get there is when you get there. But so I have 2 under my belt, and there's more. The universities are starting to open up. Queen's will happen in February, and there is U of T and then London as well. That will be potential to go to and say hi.
Okay, thank you. That's encouraging to hear. And what was the one besides McMaster that you've been to?
Ottawa.
Ottawa.
Yeah.
So just extending on that question, I'm just wondering, physician recruitment is very much a global endeavor. And I guess I'm just wondering, to what degree is economic development taking that step and perhaps inquiring about virtual job fair opportunities in faculties of medicine? Has there been any probing whether that possibility exists? You can't fly to faculties of medicine in London and Paris and places like that, and in all the continents, but certainly there would be a virtual opportunity to do that in these days. I'm wondering if you've explored that and if that's part of the strategy going forward. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. There's a membership that we're part of, is called Casper, so it's national, and they have conferences and they go international, but they also provide opportunities for digital and to be online, right? Because as you said, you can't be everywhere at everything to fly our flag, but we can be on there virtually. The other piece too is within our PPRRC, we do have a couple of physicians who are part of a group called ROMP, which is the international. So we do already have connections with Ireland and the US and such as that, and building on that even more. So as we move through our membership with Casper, those opportunities do come up. And with webinars, we're learning that there's, a group of countries that we're able to engage, that once they have all their testing, they don't need to come here and be supervised. They get to come and step into that role. So there are opportunities, and as opposed to we're narrowing that vision in and scope to make sure that that's where we're looking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor LaChica, for that. Councillor Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. A quick question, just to touch on sort of the thought that Councillor Riel had the county of Peterborough recently hired their own physician recruiter. Are you working with them at all in tandem or in parallel? Or is it a competition that is happening? Or just, I'm not sure the
Yeah.
dynamic between the two.
I certainly hope it's not a competition, and I'm not going to even go that way. My role is we have our PPRC committee, and we have a focus and we have a mandate at working with Peterborough and the Kawarthas Economic Development. My job is the city and the county, and that's how we're moving forward with that one.
Okay, so really, they have their own physician recruiter, but we have a recruiter that's also working alongside trying to bring in physicians for the county as well, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
So they sort of are doubling up, I guess. They get two, I would suppose, then,
Yes,
maybe,
yeah, they could.
potentially?
1.5.
Okay, fair enough.
It's definitely, I mean, we're small, Peterborough and the Kawarthas, we need to work together, and I'm
Right.
sure that's the vision, and that's how my hope, and that's how we will move forward with that.
Okay.
But we do have, like, for my role, I have a mandate, and we are part of and that's how it came down, the city and the county invested and created this committee and this plan and this role, and that's the role that I'm filling.
Okay, and just one more question, Mr. Chair. The cost for the EMR, do we know what that might be per position per year? Do we know what like a cost might be if the municipality were to take that over? Do we have any idea? Or is it sort of up in the ether?
Big number.
A big number,
It's a big number.
right?
Each position, depending where physicians work, then
Mhm.
whether or not how many physicians are participating in that instance of that EMR.
Mr. Vandenbroek, maybe I'll just have you come to the mic just so people at home can
Sorry.
hear as well.
It's a big number. I don't know the numbers specifically because each EMR depends on how many physicians are participating in that same EMR. So each of the 5 FOs that Karen has sort of referenced,
Mhm.
each have a different system that they're using. They're just, so they are, operate independently.
Right.
And so depending on how many physicians are participating in that instance would impact their cost.
Okay, so if the municipality, if that was sort of a challenge to get physicians in here, potentially the municipality should maybe look at taking over that. Is it possible to get a number, or like how would that work? If that's a big challenge on getting physicians in
I
here?
think you'd have to work with each of the FOs in terms of looking at how they can bring that together. If you were to sort of do that together, work
see.
with the FO administrator, who would be the person that would be negotiating that contract with each of those vendors.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Thank-
Councillor Crowley, for that. I have Councillor Duguay, Mayor Leal, Councillor Burke, and Baldwin. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer, Karen, Michael, and Rhonda. Thank you for your attendance. One of your slides indicated a 2024 budgetary ask of $365,240. Do you know what the budget amount is for the 2023 budget, the city portion?
City portion, I might defer to Rhonda.
Thank you. Through the chair, the city portion is 87,000 and change for a total of 138,222 for 2023.
And since you're at the podium, Ms. Keenan, of the 365,000, what would be the city portion, your proposal?
So it was based on $1 per resident. And so that was the number that was determined at the time. So I believe it's about 87,000. That is the city component.
All right, so then relative to 2024, the amount that is expected of the city is doubled?
2.5, please.
Okay, thank you. You spoke earlier, Ms. Keenan, don't go ahead. You spoke earlier, Karen, about marketing. And the marketing that you described strikes me as the same marketing that we would be generally the same that we'd be making available to commerce, industry, employers. Are we duplicating our marketing tools?
So through the chair, I can certainly take that. And we had a meeting about this afternoon because
Imagine
I
that.
think a lot of those a lot of the requirements are similar. When we're trying to recruit a physician to this region, they want to know what it's like to live here. Where do they find schools for their children? Where do they live? Where do they find a house? Where can their spouse get a job? Those types of things. And so we're trying to do that for all industry, because when we're talking to our industry partners too, when they're hiring and recruiting new, whether they're a new plant manager or an engineer, they also have to go through that. So it is similar. They just, we want to have enough of that so that it's being shared in the right locations. And so somebody who's an engineer wanting to come to the region is looking in a different spot than perhaps where physicians are channeling. So we need to make sure the same content is there. We're collecting it only once, but we're distributing it in multiple streams.
I have
That
one
makes sense.
final question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Ms. Keenan, since you're at the mic, at a previous presentation, you heard the common struggles that the county, the city, and professional firms in our community are having, not just recruiting for, not the city recruiting physicians, but engineers, planners, and other professionals. I spoke earlier about the idea, the prospect of a job fair. And we bring people here and you show them our community. You have home hosting where they get to meet people. Is that a matter that the PCAD would consider? Because it's not just doctors. Our own municipality is struggling finding professionals. Many firms are struggling to try to find professionals. It's a common theme shared amongst our employers in this community.
Yeah. So through the chair, another great point. And you have hit the nail on the head. Everyone is struggling for the same amount of talent. And so when you're talking to business, when you're talking to healthcare professionals, talent is the number one concern that they are having. And we need to be competitive. And so certainly a job fair is something that we can consider. I think what we're finding though is one weekend or 1 week of a job fair doesn't always align with where the businesses are in their business cycle. And so we may need somebody in a business cycle in January, they may have that need. And that's not the same time as when a physician is open in a particular FO. And so I think just recognizing that one time isn't going to be enough. This has to be a constant barrage where we're constantly out there. Hence the reason why the marketing dollars need to be heavier, because we have to be in front of everyone every single day. And so that's sort of our tactic at this point, is to be more visible always, not just once or twice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rhonda, Karen, and Michael for your delegation.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Duguay. Mayor Leal.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and through Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Ron and Michael and Karen, for being with us this evening. The reality is that a family physician in Peterborough probably has patients from the county of Peterborough, and a physician in the county of Peterborough probably has a contingent of patients from the city of Peterborough. My question, I got a couple. My first question is, when you're actively recruiting, going to MAC and Queen's, University of Toronto, University of Western Ontario, if there's two representatives from this area, would you not think people might be somewhat confused about who's doing what and who's going where?
Right. Through you, Chair. The first job fair I went to, McMaster, the county recruiter, Lori, hadn't been hired. So that was me. I went solo. The second one, as soon as it was just Friday, I invited her to come with me, because we don't want to create confusion. We want to work together. And so the two of us, I mean, with 114 students coming, one person couldn't do all the talking, and there's the opportunity of missing. So between the two of us, we were able to engage all the students, and we're sharing that list, and we're working together. I'm going to send out the reply saying, hi, Lori's copied on it. When an inquiry comes back in, Lori and I will be in the meetings, and we will divide and conquer and work together. We are not planning on any confusion.
Thanks. So that helps me. Mr. Chair, through you to Karen, has there been a discussion among your peer groups, and every community is in the same business these days, about asking the province to put a moratorium on incentives? I'll tell you why. It seems to me if physician recruitment should be more than a zero-sum gain. And when I look at Mississauga and Ottawa and Brampton, those communities with deep pockets, they're in a better position than the city of Peterborough and the county of Peterborough. And in fact, under the Ontario Municipal Act, you can't bonus to acquire businesses to come into your community. What's the difference here?
If I may take that question, because and through the chair to Mayor Leal, I have been suggesting that for quite some time, because that is exactly it. The Municipal Act does prohibit bonusing from municipalities, so we don't have a race to the bottom, and that certainly is not the case when it comes to physician recruitment. And so we're not sure why we can't bonus an industrial player wanting to come in, but we can with physicians. And we're starting to see each community competing against each other when we should be trying to cooperate. And I think, I think to address that, we have mentioned that. I think it was part of the presentation at AMO to the minister, that this isn't something that we think is a wise policy. It goes against the rest of some of the policy decisions for the province, and we're hoping that they will reconsider that. But we do recognize that there has been this downloading, and the communities require this because our residents are needing a family doctor, and municipalities are trying to actively resolve this and doing the best that they can with the limited resources they have. And this is just one thing that they're doing right now, whether that's right or wrong. It's what we have to do.
Mr. Chair, one last question through Rhonda, Michael, or Karen. Are we making active contacts through Foreign Affairs Canada in terms of looking at our embassies, high commissions around the world to identify foreign trained doctors that might be interested in coming to our area, and what we might be able to do to facilitate that and fast track their credential approval?
I can try to jump in with that through the chair. When we did have our strategic planning session with the physicians and that Mike did lead, we did talk about international as one opportunity for us to explore. With Karen being only on the job for 4 months, we certainly need to give her a little bit of time. And I think it was more important that she was recognizing who's operating here now. I do believe in 2024, that's why that budget increase has certainly been there, because we do want to cast a wider net. So that it is on the radar, but we have not engaged in it as of yet.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Leal. I have Councillor Burke, Baldwin Crowley. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, thanks through the chair to Karen. Since our last presentation, council, have we recruited any more positions?
Have not. We have interest. It's just taking time.
And through the chair to you, does the province have a cap on the number of med students allowed to graduate or to go back to come into Ontario?
Yes, so through the chair, yes, that's absolutely, they do have a student, each school has a cap as to what they can take in for med students.
And that's to save the
residents.
province money on healthcare?
Does that say, well, I'm
sorry.
going to step back here for a second because I think that's
So
out of my league.
Yeah, I think my understanding there is med schools are capped with the number that they're each permitted by the province. I think there's advocacy to try to grow that number to balance the needs. But remembering it takes 6 to 8 years to train a physician as well. So by the time you get into med school, the time you do your studies, do your residency and graduate and establish a practice, you're looking at 6 to 8 years after that. It's clear that there, and with that is also a recognition that it's not just for family medicine, that also includes all the specialties that are out there. The conference I was at last week indicated that probably only about 30% of medical residents will be looking at family medicine as their path of choice. And of those that are attending family medicine, a great number of them would be looking to work in hospitals as a hospitalist or possibly as an emerge physician. So the actual number, again, reduced that you're actually the number that are actually graduating each year as a physician, the actual number that are actually choosing and moving towards family medicine or general practice is a very, very small portion of that.
And through the chair, I have some questions about the marketing strategy. Do you guys have a LinkedIn page?
Yes, we do. We have LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and we're creating a YouTube page for the new website.
Thanks. Through the chair, the reason why I ask is that this feels very much like deja vu from our last presentation, and except with just a slight rebrand of the logo. And to me, it's almost like watching Mad Men or something where, you're watching this thing unfold. For me, it's this presentation. And it feels like the approach is just dated. We're trying to market our way out of this situation, which seems like it's a systemic situation. You talked about the complexity of funding. We talked about provincial mandates. And the direction that we're trying to fight all of these things is like by, this like approach of trade show tables and booths and business cards and social media things that aren't getting very much traffic, right? We have a whole new website. You said that you had 12 houses on the sort of Airbnb thing. I looked at the Instagram while the presentation was happening, and there was like, you were getting engagement by 3 people for certain posts. And that's fine. A big part of my career is marketing, and I'll post a picture tonight of nothing and I'll get 10 times the engagement. And I have no budget, right? And so what I'm hoping as a counselor who's looking at an ask to increase the marketing and increase the way that you're connecting and engaging on social media, I just don't feel like the impact of that. And it's certainly not felt in the amount of doctors that we're having here. What I would be interested in is a plan that looks at some of the complexities of funding, advocating for some of the ways that politics are involved in this, and something even like a virtual care clinic. I have 3 children, and for us, one of the really great things during COVID was that we could see a doctor virtually, right? And those are the sort of like outside of the box ideas that I would hope from the city funding you guys to do your job. So, yeah.
Through the chair, through the chair. I guess this is the piece that it makes complete sense what you're saying. The engagement's not there, and we're looking at this. I'm 4 months in this role, and as I mentioned, we haven't been playing in this game. We haven't been out there. We haven't made a name for ourselves or created the branding to push it out to get the recognition there. So that's what we need to do. We are starting from scratch in essence, that we need to create the branding. And alongside of that, it's not just marketing and flash and push it out saying, hey, come here. That's why we have engaged with our Trent business students to help us go through all that information and create a strategic plan. What have we got here? What is missing? So that's part of it, right? We need to do that SWOT. What are our strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and the threats in that? We're building, we need to get there. We need to have the budget in place to do that. We also have a great resource with the PPRC committee and getting their feedback and how do we engage with students from Queen's University. Who are these physicians and what are they looking for? Because if we're just offering them one thing and that's the one thing they don't want, then they're not going to come here. So that's what, again, we need to step back and have different opportunities. So that's the process that we're in right now. We need to have the full budget laid out, and the marketing is going to be a big piece of that, because once we have our strategy and we have our creative incentives in place, then we are going to move forward with what that looks like. And we haven't redone the website yet. That's in process. But yes, I hear everything you're saying, and everything you're saying is correct. And that's where we are, is building. I don't know if Rhonda has.
Appreciate the answer.
Councillor Burke?
I appreciate the answer. Like I'm like, as a community member with my community member hat on, I wish that things were moving in the direction that was actually bringing us doctors. And my fear by talking about the marketing approach is that, to me, the presentation, it felt like very much more of the same thing that hasn't been working. And so I just wanted to articulate that. And hopefully when we hear from you next, there will be like a clearly defined strategic plan with some results. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Burke. Councillor Baldwin?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Good discussion, and I appreciate the answers. I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. There are occasions when myself and or family, your personal doctor, your family physician isn't there, or they can't see you, but you do see a nurse practitioner. And the nurse practitioners that I've seen over quite a while have been just excellent. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the recruitment, The question is, do nurse practitioners, can they be hired independently to set up shop, or do they have to work under the auspices of a physician?
Thank you. Great question. And I think it's actually a very topical question that's actually very on the top of a lot of people's minds as they look for alternatives for family medicine. Nurse practitioners are excellently trained and are very skilled clinicians. Typically have worked in the system for quite a number of years, even before they go back to get their master's of nursing to become a nurse practitioner. And generally speaking, nurse practitioners are able to work autonomously, clinically autonomously, and their scope of practice has actually been growing quite rapidly over the last number of years. It's also very clear that team-based care is generally seen as a preferred model overall, where you have a full team, including the physician, nurse practitioners, nurses, registered dietitians, mental health clinicians, pharmacists, all being part of the team. That's what the family health team that I actually work at is actually the gold star model that was actually created 15 years ago. With the evolution or with the growing number of unattached patients, I think there are lots of alternatives that have come up. We have nurse practitioner-led clinics sprinkled across the province, including one here in Peterborough. Those are organizations that are using nurse practitioners as leaders in that area. I would say that those are great alternatives, but they're not necessarily equivalent to family physician. I think it's, and there is a debate, I think, in the community around, the level of expertise that a family physician would bring relative to a nurse practitioner. They are very similar. There's a lot of overlap. They can do a lot of things together. The training is different, and I think there has to be a respect for the differences in the training that occurs that comes along with that. It also comes to the autonomy that the physicians have in their individual contracts with the Ministry of Health directly, because it's a physician agreement between the physician themselves and the Ministry of Health to allow them to use building numbers and through OHIP. Nurse practitioners are generally working in a team environment that probably comes through an organizational channel as opposed to an individual independent practice. That is changing. I think that is evolving as we speak. And I think there has been recent announcements that have talked about how nurse practitioners can establish themselves independently as well.
Okay, thanks for that. And that's what I was kind of driving at here as our community grows and it's projected to grow to 125, 130,000 by 2030. Perhaps some of our marketing endeavors and efforts might be in concert with physician recruitment, perhaps could be in concert with that, getting some nurse practitioners to consider Peterborough. And as the system evolves, we might be able to have, 3 or 4 nurse practitioners that might be attached to a single physician, for example, just kind of thinking outside the box.
May I?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, I don't know protocol.
Yeah.
Thank you. The Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee that Rhonda talked about was formed about a year and a half ago, and its specific mandate was to recruit family physicians for the city and county of Peterborough. It was not intended to recruit physicians for all physicians for all makes and models in terms of at the hospital,
right,
for specialty or anything else. It wasn't designed to create opportunities for nurse practitioners, although they are all part of the primary care system. So I think our original mandate had that original limit to it, and I just sort of recognize that was part of where the Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee initiated, and that is actually the place where Karen's role evolved out of.
Okay, that makes sense. And the last question, Mr. Chair, is I was on the recruiting team that brought Dr. Piggott here from Newfoundland. I'm just wondering, do we have an outreach to other provinces if we're not getting the number of applicants or contacts in the province of Ontario? It's not necessarily like you want to, rob Peter to pay Paul, but do we have a greater reach for physician recruitment other than just in the province of Ontario? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, we do, I guess, that's again part of the process of where we go. Uh, Moving forward, we are being found out through our website and through the minimal social media that we have out there. We have had contact from Vancouver, for example, that wants to come here. So I think that's part of the process of growing and moving forward. It's one of those things where it's even from the neighbors that pay Paul in spite of Peter, right? That's not something we want to do because it's that whole shuffling around. But I mean, if someone's willing to move here and wants to move here, then we want to make sure we welcome them and find a place.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I should have said Peter and or Paula, just to be appropriate there, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rhonda, Karen, and Michael for being here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Crowley, and then Burke. Councillor Crowley?
One quick question, Mr. Chair. So Chief Betts a while ago, twice has come out and said in a couple of reports, once for his public information session a few months ago, and then once early on this year, he came out and he mentioned that we are substantially short of police officers and gave us a number. How short of doctors are we? So like, are we just going out going, holy crap, we need doctors. Let's just get anybody we can. And we don't know what the target is. We don't know what the number is. Or do we know we are 100 doctors short, 1,500 doctors short? Like, do we know what the number is? For a community our size?
Through Chair, we have through our FOS, what's currently set up, and Mike may want to speak to this a bit more. Right now, it's to meet what their operating capacity is, it's 25.5. That's the number I have, and that's living within our current full model.
So I may add that a typical, normal, full-time family physician in the traditional model would generally, I think the province's average is around 11 to 1,200 patients per full-time family physician. So in our community, we have family physicians that have probably upwards of 2,000 patients that they're caring for. We have many of our physicians are well overstretched in their capacity. We also have lots of physicians that are working part-time, so maybe only be taking care of 600 or 800 patients. As physicians retire and step away from their rosters, it's taking sometimes 2 and perhaps 3 physicians to replace one. And that's the math that we're currently working on. It's estimated that we have probably I'm going to estimate around 15,000 local residents without a family physician. So if you do the math on 1,100, you're going to at least need 12 or 13 full-time family physicians. And in order to actually create that, with today's market and today's sort of balance of how much family physicians want to work, you're probably looking at 20 to 25 family physicians just to bring us up to where we should be, let alone where we think we're going to go in terms of growth of the size of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. I have Councillor Burke, and then we'll try to move on. Councillor Burke?
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. And from our last presentation about the community health centers, I hope I got the acronym right. I was sort of asking around about that, and I talked to a doctor that I know in Toronto, and he said he would have 3 or 4 doctors that would move here instantly if we had a community health center, instantly. And because of all the reasons that you mentioned, right? The autonomy, the flexibility, not to be stuck or burdened by stepping into a practice that they don't want to take over. So how do we as councillors at this table support that?
I think I'm going to also create or offer an additional caution, is that we also don't want to hurt our existing physicians, because we create a community health center. Some of our own physicians may want to choose to move there, which may actually just juggle the problem in some respects. So I really want to be cautious on that. At the same time, what we need to do is start somewhere. If we can start with the existing proposal that's been out there, if we can have it supported and lobby for its success in our province, it will at least bring us back and bring our community to be competitive relative to other communities. At least we would have similar types of models of care here for physicians to come and practice, even if it's not immediately. It may be an opportunity to start and then to grow from there.
Thanks. And then just to wrap it up, how successful is the model of walk-in clinics? Because I was surprised when I moved back here how few walk-in clinics we have. and I know the one that I was going to is not there anymore. So in terms of like people being able to access healthcare, how successful is that model, and why is it that we don't have many walk-in clinics?
You're starting, sorry.
No, you're
Okay, so you're starting to pick apart the complexity of the healthcare system. And it goes back to how physicians get remunerated. And so many of the walk-in clinics typically may have a corporate sponsor behind them. And so there's different sources of revenue that are helping to support that particular walk-in clinic. Virtual clinics that were highly supported early in COVID, which the ministry actually changed billing codes to encourage physicians to do that. And as the pandemic actually subsided, the ministry changed those billing codes actually to reduce some of those. So it made it less lucrative for a physician to participate in that kind of a model, right? And as a result of that, physicians were being encouraged to get back into their offices and start seeing patients in person again, which was part of the motivation there. So it was great convenience for people. People now expect that their doctors are going to be available quickly at the call of a phone call. And the reality is they cannot sustain that in terms of their practice and all the demands that are being loaded on top of them.
Great. Good discussion, good questions. So thank you to all of you. Really appreciate everything you do and being here this evening. Thank you. All right, we have a recommendation to receive for information moved by Councillor Vasiliadis. You sure can. Absolutely. Take your time.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank Rhonda, Karen, and Michael for being here. And I do want to remind, say, new councillors, last term at the end of our last budget, we had one of these moments thinking, wow, we're only funding this $24,000. And it was a part-time position. There really was no committee behind it. You know, there wasn't much we were really doing with it. And so there was that moment, you know, that we decided, okay, we better fund this more. And then the county council followed with that too, and with the funding. So we went from a part-time position to a committee that has 3 physicians on it, representative from the regional healthcare center. And we also have, I mean, well, we'll skip the 2 politicians that are on there, but, you know, you have a representative from the family health team, you know, Peterborough and Kawartha Economic Development. So you have a group of people that can really push this forward. So I think from where we started just a few years ago to where we are now is a lot further than we were when we funded it only $24,000. So, you know, I was at a conference of the Ontario Eastern Municipal Conference in Ottawa in September, and they did a seminar that talked about physician recruitment, and all the other communities are dealing with the exact same problem that we are. And actually, one of the guest speakers was from Belleville. And Belleville is one of those communities. They're giving $150,000, but they're still having problems in getting physicians recruited. So I think overall, we are on the right track. It does take money to make this happen. And so, you know, we are looking at physicians that want a different model to step into, whether it's the family physician is different from 20 years ago than it is today. So there's a lot of different things, and even being a part of this compared to just bringing a business here compared to bringing a physician here, there's a lot of different roadblocks and rules that we have to follow to get to that point. So it is very complicated, and I found that out. And I'm still learning. I think we're all still learning on how it all works, but I do appreciate all the efforts of the committee. And we do have a great committee together here that we've pieced together, and looking forward to what we can do in the future. So thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Vasiliadis. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Vasiliadis. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Great. Thanks again, everyone. So our next report is residential parking standards review. And I think Commissioner Papadakis, you want to start it off.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Leal, members of General Committee. So staff are very excited to bring forward this report. as it is a key element in building a future-ready city with a forward-looking contemporary community thriving in creativity and a modern economy in line with the vision of our council-approved strategic plan. This body of work to establish a framework to modernize our parking standards is long overdue. In fact, the last time these were revisited was in 1974, and I doubt many would argue that a lot has changed since that time. Conventional thinking about parking suggests that an abundant and free parking is good for the economy, good for business, good for consumers, and good for the municipality. But this way of thinking does not consider who pays for parking. If users do not pay, who does? Unfortunately, the answer is everyone pays for parking, even those who do not own or drive a car. They pay through increased housing prices, increased rates for rental accommodation, increased costs for goods and services, and increased rental rates for office and commercial space. I appreciate that our dedicated staff have been working on advancing a lot of initiatives, and it might be overwhelming at times, but we're desperately playing catch up to bring the community to the 21st century, and there'll be several more initiatives that will be presented in the coming weeks and months. However, I would impress upon Council the urgency that staff are bringing to the table as we confront a series of compounding challenges: a housing supply and affordability crisis, a climate emergency, and limited municipal revenue opportunities and growing infrastructure liabilities. The good news is that tonight, in the recommendations of this report, you get to positively address all at once by approving this framework. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Kimball, who will provide some additional information about the project before turning over to the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Further to the remarks from our Acting Commissioner Papadakos, I have the pleasure of introducing Kevin Jones of Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. Kevin will present the findings of the residential parking standards review for the city of Peterborough. As Mr. Papadakos indicated, parking plays a pivotal role in shaping the urban landscape. It impacts multiple facets of city life, including the environment, economy, affordability, resilience, and equity, design, structure, and functionality of our city and our neighborhoods. The new official plan and the Transportation Master Plan provide the planning context for the update to the parking section of the zoning bylaw. Both policy documents support increased intensification within the built-up area of the city, within the downtown central area, and along major corridors. And both documents promote policies that encourage increased use of transit and active transportation for day-to-day travel. The management of private parking is a tool that can be used to encourage increased mode shift away from automobile travel in support of the city's broader land use and climate change goals. The City of Peterborough retained Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited through a competitive bidding process to undertake the parking standards review. The proposed recommendations are an important measure to streamline the approvals process and support the creation of housing units. Revising the parking requirements for new development prevents 4 pivotal opportunities. Firstly, it offers a chance to appropriately scale the supply of housing within the city. Secondly, it provides an opportunity to modernize accessibility and design standards for parking lots. Thirdly, it allows for the integration of standards accommodating the increasing popularity of alternative vehicle types such as bicycles, scooters, and electric vehicles. Lastly, it creates an opportunity to strategically employ parking-related incentives in alignment with the Transportation Master Plan's mode shift goals and further to the city's climate action plan initiatives. The Residential Parking Standards Review was funded by the Provincial Streamlined Development Approval Fund as an initiative to aid the city in expediting and modernizing the development approvals process and bolstering the housing supply. In alignment with the city and provincial objectives of promoting intensification and simplifying the development approval process, staff identified the Residential Parking Standards Review as a priority project in relation to the background work to updating the city's zoning bylaw. The proposed recommendations of the report that's in front of you tonight reflect the recommendations of the study that was prepared by Paradigm. They are centered on strategically reducing minimum on-site parking requirements together with other municipal parking strategies, all aimed at encouraging modal shift in transportation, shared municipal infrastructure, and creating opportunities for municipal review streams to fund municipal programs for car share, bike share, and potentially electric scooters. This suite of recommended actions is intended to incentivize growth in areas well served by public transit and alternative transportation options while concurrently reducing development costs. The Residential Parking Standards Review proposes a multifaceted approach to addressing parking, including recommendations for amendments to the regulations in the zoning bylaw, formalizing a policy and procedures for the cash in lieu of parking, and implementing an on-street parking permit system. The recommendations reflect a forward-thinking approach to sustainable urban development and will be subject to future public consultation. More work needs to be done, and Council will have the opportunity to consider the implementing bylaws, policy, and procedures as these advance through the process in tandem with one another. The report and presentation this evening will provide you with the groundwork for the direction that is recommended to address and remove barriers to develop and unlock the potential for the city to create housing units. And with that, I'd like to ask Kevin Jones if he would come up and present the report.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jones, welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Chair and members of Council. I'm pleased to provide this presentation to summarize the work we've been undertaking on this project for the past 6 months. So the project really stems from the approval of the new city official plan, which has a focus on growth, a focus on intensification, and encouraging increased density. We're already seeing some of those new forms of housing units come into the city, and we're seeing more high-density developments as a result. So this project really looked at updating Section 4 of the existing zoning bylaw, which deals with parking and loading requirements. And really, it's looking at updating some old standards, as the Commissioner mentioned. The last bylaw was done in the 70s. A lot has changed since then, and we're trying to change that paradigm now. Also, we're shifting the idea from providing the worst case scenario amount of parking to providing the right amount of parking, right sizing the amount of parking that's needed for different types of developments. And then really expanding the categories in our old bylaw to really capture the type of developments that's happening in the city. So our review looked at 4 key areas, encompassing 4 working papers, and then was combined into the report that's attached to your agenda today, looking at residential parking requirements, electric vehicle infrastructure, updating parking design standards, and assessing the cash in lieu parking policies. And the review process started off with a consideration of the policy context within your new official plan, within the transportation master plan, which devoted a fairly large section to parking and strategies on how parking can help us achieve some of our other objectives, particularly around mode share and changing the way people move around the city. We also looked at current practices. We looked at some local case studies. We did some parking occupancy counts in some representative community locations to see what is the actual demand. We also did a best practice review of different municipalities, similar size and some where we're aspiring to reach to see what type of policies they put in place, what type of standards are they using. We also engaged with the development community, and that was a bit of a back and forth to test some of our ideas, understand what some of their issues and challenges were, and try and bring that into the study recommendations. So our review of current practice looked at the current city bylaw, and right now you have 2 land use categories that cover the majority of the residential development applications that come through, whether it's a 1 or 2 unit development or 3 or more units. There's a lot of different products that are coming forward in the market these days, and those 2 categories really don't cover what staff are dealing with and what the development industry is trying to put forward as new products for consideration. So as a result, there's a number of requests for reduced parking rates that come through as part of normal development application review processes for residential units, particularly outside the downtown. We reviewed about 19 different applications that have been, considered by the city over the past little while. On average, about 1.37 spaces was either being requested or being approved for multi-unit buildings. For mixed-use developments, it was even lower. And for affordable housing, it was about 0.7 units per unit, or 0.7 spaces per unit, about 50% of what we typically require. And the problem is, under the current zoning bylaw, because it's a legal document, developers have to do some studies to justify you adopting something that doesn't comply with the zoning. So that requires a lot of lead time, a lot of cost to do those studies, and a lot of review time for staff to review those studies and decide whether they're going to support them and put them forward for council to approve. And that's because some of the requirements are too high to start with. So if we can right size the requirements now, we can eliminate a lot of those steps in the review process and hopefully speed up some of the review times and maybe lower the cost of parking and development in the community. So the local case studies, we looked at 6 different types of higher density types of developments in the city, ranging from townhouses to low rises to higher density developments, and looked at what was actually provided on the site and what was actually the peak demand was. We went out and did 24-hour counts at a number of these properties and found that, in most cases, some of the higher density developments are requiring, less than one vehicle or one parking space per unit in terms of observed demand, not theoretical, not, out of a book somewhere. This is what we actually saw on site. So that informed part of our review. Then we looked at some of the municipal best practices, and we looked at a number of municipalities, about 6 of them, and in some areas we looked at a few others, but 6 primary municipalities that were either similar size as Peterborough or to where Peterborough is expected to grow to in the next 20 to 30 years, thinking of Kingston and Guelph in that sort of aspect. And then also looked at a few larger municipalities, and the key was all of these municipalities have done a review recently to relook at their parking bylaws, their standards. We didn't want to look at older standards. We want to look at what's new and emerging in the industry as well. So we also looked at Burlington and London, which have done similar reviews. I won't talk a lot about this slide in terms of the best practices, but there's a number of areas that we were looking at when we were looking at the best practices. We wanted to make sure there was a wide range of residential uses to see what the industry is kind of using as the benchmark for different types of developments. We wanted to see how they applied area-based rates, because there's differences between downtown, suburban areas, transit corridors, transit hubs. We wanted to look at bicycle parking requirements. We're starting to see that more in applications. The current zoning bylaw is completely silent on that, and that's usually dealt with as a bit of an uncertainty right now. Electric vehicle parking requirements. We wanted to see municipalities that had started to go down that road and what they were asking for. Parking restrictions in terms of front yard parking, rear yard, large vehicle parking. Small car parking requirements. Some municipalities have started to entertain those types of things. Cash in lieu policies and parking maximums in some communities as well as shared parking and opportunities to utilize mixed use developments and actually share the parking between the different developments. I think I just went the wrong way, sorry. So how do our requirements compare? In general, for singles, semis, and townhouses with separate driveways, Peterborough's requirements are pretty consistent with a lot of the other peer municipalities we've looked at. For multi-unit buildings with common parking lots, generally Peterborough's requirements are higher than most other municipalities out there that we looked at, and apartments, particularly outside the downtown, Peterborough's requirements are quite a bit higher than a lot of the other municipalities that have updated their zoning bylaws. So that gave us, another indication that there's an opportunity here to right size some of our requirements to get in line with what a lot of the other municipalities are asking for as well. So in terms of recommendations, the current zoning bylaw already has an area-based approach. It's based on 3 different areas, one for the downtown, one for the sort of the older downtown, and then the rest of the city. Your new official plan has a strategic approach to growth corridors and different areas to support growth and intensification. And we think there's an opportunity to realign the parking bylaw to align with those strategic corridors. So we're recommending actually 5 new areas. One that incorporates the downtown area, the urban growth center, and some extension of that along the Charlotte Street and Hunter Street corridors. And then area 2 would be sort of that older downtown, which is an opportunity area for intensification and extending down to Lansdowne Street. And then the strategic growth corridors identified in the official plan. And finally, other transit corridors where we know we have transit. We're hoping to increase that frequency over time. And that's an opportunity area to have a different parking standard. And then you got the rest of the city covering the neighborhoods, which makes up the 5 different areas we're recommending. In terms of the minimum residential parking ratios, I broke this down so I can try to understand where the changes have come. Generally speaking, for dwellings with 1 or 2 units, there's no change being recommended. We think you're in the right spot, and we're pretty consistent with other municipalities. Where the change comes is we're saying instead of just having one category that deals with everything over 3 units, which covers a lot of different types of development, we think there's an opportunity to break that into 3 different categories. One focusing on triplex, fourplex, and townhouses. The common element is they share a parking lot. So there's some shared synergy with how the parking happens. Then you've got apartments up to 5 stories and apartments over 6 stories, which we actually saw less parking demand and some of those types of requirements than lower types of apartment complexes. So that's how we've separated out the different uses. And in general, we are looking at a reduction in the requirements to reflect the fact that our observations show we're not using all the parking we're asking for now, and most municipalities aren't asking for as much parking as the city currently is right now. So that's where the bulk of the recommendations are coming in. And we've also added one for multi-suite residential types of developments, which is a catch-all for like retirement homes that really our bylaw is silent on, but they do have very different parking demands than other types of parking products. Similarly, outside the downtown, it's a similar situation where, again, our recommended parking ratios are slightly lower than what was already required in the parking bylaw. They're very similar to what we've seen over the past few years in terms of what the development community is requesting in terms of reductions. They're slightly lower than that. And we've also separated out parking for residents versus parking for visitors, because that seems to be a new way of managing the parking within the sites and how they get designated and signed, and even how some of the parking management happens within property. So we've made that recommendation as well. We've also recommended that the city look at formalizing a shared parking arrangement. So again, right now, the zoning bylaw is completely silent on shared parking for mixed-use developments, but not every use in a development. And actually, the zoning bylaw requires you to provide the maximum for every type of use in the development, regardless of when that maximum occurs. So you think of a movie theater that's popular in the evening and an office building that's popular in the day. The bylaw would require you to provide the maximum for both uses. There's an opportunity to share parking, and that will reduce footprint requirements. It will reduce development costs, and it makes a lot more sense. You can better use your space in the downtown. This little example I showed here is just a mythical example, but it's typical of a residential apartment or a development that maybe has some restaurants, some office, maybe a private gym. And instead of requiring 317 parking spaces, by sharing parking based on how those different uses generate demand, you can actually reduce that to 281 spaces. So you've just saved 36 spaces, which is about 865 square meters of space that could be for new uses, new development, new intensification, and it can save us about $600,000 just at the price of surface parking. So that makes the development a little bit more feasible and maybe a little bit more cheaper to bring forward. We've also recommended looking at some incentives to allow for further reductions of parking if developers do things that will support some of your strategic goals. So research has shown that providing extra bike parking spaces in certain contexts will allow people to be comfortable that their bike's going to be secure. They might choose cycling more often. They might not buy that second or third vehicle if they know they have that option. Similar with car share. Some municipalities are allowing reductions for car share. If they bring a car share space in, maybe people don't need to buy that second or third vehicle because they know there's a car share if they need a car, if they need to go to Costco, they need to go to grocery shopping. So that's an opportunity to reduce parking requirements. And then those folks who maybe make that decision not to purchase the car may use transit more often, they may walk more often, and they may cycle more often, all in line with your climate change goals and your transportation master plan goals. The other thing is what they call delinking parking from the cost of your unit. So if you charge separately for people to see what they're paying for their parking, some won't require 2 spaces if they have to pay extra for it. So that's an opportunity to put an incentive in there that if you force people to pay separately for their parking, you might be able to reduce your requirements because you're not going to get as much uptake. And that's an emerging trend that's happening in a number of different communities as well. And this is all sort of a cap to a maximum reduction of about 40%. But these are incentives that the development community can look at their product, their development application, and say, some of these might make sense first. We don't have to do it, but if we're particularly tight on a site, it might make the difference between a site being feasible and a site being not feasible. Similarly, we already have a cash in lieu program at the city of Peterborough. The cash in lieu that developers can already pay about $7,000 in lieu of parking that's required to meet their minimum requirements. Previously, it's only been applied in the downtown. The update to the official plan has expanded that to some of the strategic corridors as well. In other municipalities, the rates range from about $8,000 per space to upwards of $27,000 per space. We've recommended raising our rates to about $17,000 a space, and it's premised on 2 things. One is it costs about $5,000 to construct a surface parking space, and the land cost these days is around $12,000 for the land associated with a parking space. So that's where the $17,000 comes from. It still doesn't give you enough money to build a structured parking lot, but it certainly would give you some seed funding to support, providing some municipal supply, expanding where that supply is, and even directing some of that funding to some other areas that would help some of these programs off the ground, like, not only are municipal parking lots, but citywide car share services, bringing in a supplier to provide that service to multiple developments. So it's not on the developer to have to arrange for some service provider to come in and provide that service. Possibly a citywide bike share service, like the Zagster service that was in place when Fleming College put their program in there, or even to partner with developers where they might be looking at a structured parking solution. Maybe there's some benefit for the city partnering to make that project viable and provide some additional municipal supply. So that's an option as well that, cash in lieu could help give some seed funding to make those types of things a little more easier to do rather than going to the tax base to seek that funding. Some other recommendations in our study was looking at bicycle parking requirements and formalizing some of the requirements, establishing a minimum number of spaces required for both long-term bike parking, which is really intended for bike parking for residents to store their bikes securely out of the weather safely, or they're not going to get stolen or have pieces of their bike stolen. And then they got the short-term parking, which is really more transient type bike parking in what you would typically see as bike racks outside of buildings. Our study has also made a number of recommendations around design requirements that can be incorporated into design guidelines and the zoning bylaw for bicycle parking. And when we talk to the development community, they're already starting to do some of this because they see that market emerging. They're seeing, depending on where they are, and the product they're putting forward, they're already starting to incorporate these types of things into their developments. We also looked at accessible parking requirements, and we found there's some issues where you might not be in compliance with AODA legislation the way the requirements are established right now. So we're recommending we just defer back to the AODA standards for the number of accessible spaces based on the number of spaces in a parking lot. We also want to suggest restructuring the way the city has some specialized rates for some uses that are like medical clinics, hospitals, and long-term care facilities where we actually go above the AODA requirements, and we think that's a good thing, but we're going to simplify that to just say it's a 10% boost, and it doesn't require additional spaces, it's just more spaces designated to accessible parking. We've also made some recommendations around updating the design requirements for vertical clearances and barrier-free access to make sure that those accessible spaces are truly usable for who we're providing them for. We've looked at loading space requirements. Peterborough had one of the most complex loading space requirements bylaws that we saw. There's a lot of room for simplicity here. We've suggested simplifying the way those requirements And when we actually did a comparison, it doesn't really change the number of loading spaces we're asking for. It's just a lot easier for the development community to interpret, for staff to interpret, and to enforce. So we've made some recommendations about simplifying that, and also increasing some of the size of the loading spaces to reflect that, you know, we have a number of different vehicles that have to serve our developments, and we need to update those space requirements accordingly. And finally, we've recommended looking at a citywide parking permit program. That will achieve a number of objectives from the transportation master plan. We know we have neighborhoods that already have some parking issues. And that's not necessarily a zoning bylaw. It's more of how the properties are being used. A permit parking program can help to address that, improve your ability to enforce some of those on-street parking activities. And it also will generate some revenues that can go to support other types of programs in the city, whether it be parking related programs, other transportation related programs. We're suggesting setting a monthly permit about the price of a transit pass. So again, it's one of those things that makes people think, do I need that third car that I got to go park on the street? Maybe I can take transit more often. Maybe I can cycle or walk more often. And of course, there's going to be additional staff required to administer that program. And as staff work to design a program, they'll likely come back to council and sort of make those requests through future budgets. We looked at electric vehicle charging requirements, and there's not very many municipalities that have actually gone out and incorporated EV charging requirements in their bylaws. And partially that's because technology is changing very quickly, very fast. And it's not really mature. There's a lot of changes happening in terms of level of charging, the speed of charging, and adoption rates are modest now. They're growing, but they're modest. When we talk to the development industry, really what this is it's a risk management issue for them. They know that at some point, especially for multi-unit developments, they're going to have to provide EV parking or EV charging in response to their consumer demands. But they felt that they were better able to manage that risk than have requirements put on them from the municipality that may change over time as their developments mature. So what we're suggesting here is really, let's not put specific requirements in the zoning bylaw at this point. Let's monitor developments on how this progresses over time and monitor trends in other municipalities. You can always come back and revisit that if you feel that there's some lacking in your bylaw, but right now it might be a little early to put in things in the zoning bylaw that are enforceable by law. You'll get a lot of requests, I think, for reductions and exemptions. So, and then in terms of other recommendations, we've made a number of recommendations around design requirements. Some will be incorporated, I think, into the zoning bylaw. Some are more suited for guideline documents because they're very site specific. But we've looked at things like pedestrian walkway grading, surface materials for parking lots, how to incorporate drainage and low impact development into parking lot designs, lighting, landscaping, vehicle access and maneuvering, pedestrian paths to travel, setbacks to habitable rooms. And we've added one area about vehicle stacking in drive-throughs where the current zoning bylaw is silent on that. And there's an opportunity to update and modernize the bylaw to incorporate some of those requirements. In terms of consultation, to date, we've been focused on obtaining feedback through our internal working team and through the development industry. We've had 2 sessions with representatives of the development industry. In August, we met with them just to really understand some of their issues and challenges with the way parking is structured, the processes in the city, and even the economics of the types of products they're bringing forward. And then in September, we met with them again to present a lot of the draft recommendations, and we've incorporated some of their feedback, a lot of their feedback, into finalizing the recommendations that we presented to you tonight. We do have a presentation scheduled with the Accessibility Advisory Committee on Wednesday as well to get their feedback on some of the accessibility requirements. And obviously, there's more public consultation planned, as Carolyn mentioned, with as the planning department looks to roll this out, do some public consultation and bring the actual bylaws to council for approval at an appropriate time. So with that, I just want to leave you with a few final thoughts. The power of parking, I call it, but it is a very important part of how you build your community. And the question comes back of how much is enough? And I look at it and say it depends on your perspective, because as a developer, you want to provide enough parking for your facility and your clients, and you've got to market that to tenants. as a resident in the neighborhood, you want to make sure there's no parking, that whatever spill over onto your street, because that development should handle it. As a visitor to the site, you want to have a parking space available right away when you pull in, and it's got to be right near the door you want to get to. And then as a counselor, you want to make sure you're not hearing complaints about lack of parking. So, and I think in the past, what we've done is we've planned for the worst case, really geared around managing the complaint process, managing the neighborhood issues. But by doing that, we've probably got an oversupply of parking. And when land values are what they are, it's a huge opportunity now to rethink those requirements and incentivize growth in the community and the right type of growth in the community. Controlling the cost and supply of parking can support other modes. It's one of the most proven ways of directing people to use transit more often. Consider, biking, not every day, but maybe a few more times. Mixing that up, and pricing is a very powerful incentive to allow people to really think about how they're traveling and when they're making cost investments and encouraging other modes of travel. And as Michael mentioned in his initial comments, the cost of parking is a hidden cost and it's paid by everybody. It's not necessarily paid by drivers. It's paid through higher prices, higher for properties, higher rents for tenants, higher rents for businesses, higher product costs when you go into the store, because the cost of parking is built into their overhead. So, anything we can do to reduce that should have some spillover benefits to the community at large. And parking shapes communities. How we organize our communities, how we create vibrant spaces that people want to live in, people want to come to. Parking is not what they come to do. Parking is the byproduct. It's a necessary evil. They come to the attractions. They come to the businesses. And managing the way we organize parking, particularly in our downtown, provides a lot more opportunity to get the urban environment we want by lessening the focus on parking and focusing more on the built environment and the attractiveness of our community. And finally, historical patterns of the past are changing. We're seeing it all over the place in every aspect, whether it's how we work, where we go to work, how we shop, how we get our food delivered. We don't go to restaurants as much as we used to. We get food delivery, skip the dishes. That all reduces parking requirements. And now is the time, actually, we're seeing some of that emerge. The industry's been talking about it for years. There is a new normal coming, and all the dust hasn't quite settled yet, but this is an opportunity to embrace that and rethink how we supply parking in the community. With that, I will take any questions you might want to.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate that. So we do have some questions, and committee members, I ask you just keep this section to questions. We'll keep our debate and discussion to recommendations. So just questions, please. I have Councillor Hakey, Reel, LaChica, Parnell, and Crowley. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kevin. Nice to see you again. I'm going to be very short on my questions because I know that there's a lot of them, but recommendations too. The real question that I have is, and it might be to Mr. Papadakos, I'm not sure. When it says supporting municipal car share and bike share services, are we talking about the city operating that program, or it being a privately operated program in conjunction with having spots designated at new builds, perhaps?
Mr. Chair, I'll take a first stab at that. Michael may want to supplement. What we saw in some municipalities is that they would go out and actually procure a provider. And so part of the equation is you got to have spots for them to use. So that's part of the, enabling that incentive program for the developers to create spots. But for the developers to go out and trying to provide the car share, that could be a lot of overhead for them. And because it's small, it's maybe a few spots, they may have to actually pay to get a provider to come in. We thought there's economies of scale that if the city were to go out and procure that service on behalf of the community, you may not have to pay as much because they're going to make money as part of the business model as well. But you could also set standards around how you want that to operate. And you could, if there is some funding required, you could use the seed funding through the cash and lieu program to provide some of that seed funding to get them in, get the infrastructure in place, and with the anticipation that the revenues would cover off the ongoing operating costs of the program at no cost to the community, rather than trying to put it on the developers to do it on a bit of an ad hoc basis. So it was the same for the car share and the bike share. as we thought the city could play a role in facilitating procuring that service. It would be run largely by third party. You wouldn't have to buy the cars. You wouldn't have to manage the cars. The third parties are out there. They can do it, but you may need to bring them in and invite them into the community and show them what kind of a program you have to offer. Do you want to supplement that?
No, I'll just put a point on it that, yeah, the intention would not be for the city to become a operator of this type of service. It would be a facilitating role, as Mr. Jones has described.
Thank you. And that's where I was going, just to make sure that the city isn't out purchasing cars. The other question that I have, Kevin, would be from your experience. The EV charging systems are very popular right now. In your opinion, where's the better value to place those? Is it in geared to income housing, regular apartment housing, or in condos and bigger projects?
Mr. Chair, most people will do their charging at home, wherever they call home. So, I think, the demand for charging will come at the residential side. There will certainly be some community-based areas for opportunity charging. You're out doing a bunch of errands, you need to get a charge. So yes, out in the community at, at different commercial establishments, at our parking garages, that's a good thing as well. But the bulk of the demand will come at the home side. I guess where the challenge is now is trying to pre-plan that. The development community gave us a few examples where they're saying that's going to significantly increase our costs with a big uncertainty about when we would need to do that. Are the standards going to change between when we do the upfront build and then when we actually provide all the power charging stations? And they thought, again, it's about risk management. How much do you build into a building up front before the demand is there? They felt really strongly that they were better able to manage that risk. And if they had to put infrastructure in later to support charging, if their tenants were asking for it, they were prepared to take on that. And they didn't want really the municipality to impose a bunch of standards that they felt might change very rapidly over time. And then all of a sudden you'd have obsolete infrastructure built into your building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll save my comments for the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Reel, questions?
To the chair, I have no questions for any of the presenters. At the time appropriate, I'll move the report with a caveat, and then I will speak to it at that time. But I have no questions for the presenters.
Okay, I think someone else has asked to move it, but I'll have you second anyway.
Well, we'll just see what happens.
Stay tuned. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Kevin. Thank you so much for that detailed report, and to our city staff for doing such a thorough analysis of a review that hasn't been done for 50 years. And if ever there was a time, it certainly is now. And I appreciated everything around your use of peer municipalities to construct a formula for revising our parking. That was really great. A couple of things. I mean, it really does align with our strategic plan and just doing our soft intensification and active transportation, our transportation mode share. And it does respond to climate change goals. And so I understand that you're meeting with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I would really think it's relevant to also meet with the Environmental Advisory Committee, particularly around the issue of the EV piece. It feels a bit counterintuitive when we are a city similar to Guelph with a very green lens. We have a lot of infrastructure in our city that is a green visioning and green focused, and many of our community groups and representatives in our community have sustainable mindset. And we've created an official plan that aligns with so many of these progressive goals. It feels like when the federal government has said that by 2035, all new cars sold in Canada must be electric. We're not going to be able to buy gas-fueled vehicles after 2035. That's not much more than 10 years from now. So we need to, encourage our response to the climate emergency in our communities. And I think by fronting that, like the city of Guelph, Peterborough would be taking the lead. So that's something that I thought was a shame that that was not still included in the recommendations, and that maybe we need to reconsider as we further discuss this. And in all, I think that it's just it aligns with our smart city goals, and I look forward to supporting this recommendation as we bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Parnell, question, please.
Yeah, so I didn't hear that last question.
Go ahead.
We're good to go?
Yeah,
Okay,
good to go.
sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to, I'll speak to more to this in debate, and I did request to move it. But Mr. Jones, it's nice to see you again. I'm going to focus on the parking permit piece because I'm really excited and happy about that piece. I've been asking for that for many, many, many years, probably all 4 of my terms so far. So I'm happy to see it's come forward. But like anything, there are pros and cons. And this will help us expand our capacity for secondary suites, et cetera, using an asset we already have, our streets and municipal parking lots. But can you please tell us a little bit more? I know it's in the report, but can you tell us more how other municipalities handle, a winter storm event with a permit parking? Because that's the time now we have to have the streets cleared for the snow plows, and they go to the municipal lot and take free transit home. How do other communities balance those priorities, those competing priorities?
Mr. Chair, the response to that is they do it differently everywhere. So, I mean, if you go to Toronto, they have oodles of permit parking and they plow the cars in if they're parked on the street. And that's not the ideal. It's reality. That's the way it happens. Other communities, like we do with our winter storm events, we put notices out there. We provide opportunities for people to move their vehicles off street. And that's something that, as you formulate a formal program, there's probably some room for testing. So you may want to start slowly and test out, in a few neighborhoods to see, what's working, what doesn't. There are, the permit parking does introduce some operational issues, right? You've got snow clearing is one of them. If you've got the right to park on the street overnight and it snows, they're going to have to deal with that. Also, waste collection, recycling collection, those types of services. There's impacts on those services with more cars parked on the street that make the distances longer, might make their circulation times a little longer. So most municipalities that I've talked to about implementing these types of things, they've done a little pilot first, tested it out, seen how to tweak things to make it work, and then done a much more wider rollout. That may be something you want to consider as you look to implement it. To try it in a few neighborhoods first and learn as you go. But every municipality has dealt with this a little bit differently.
Okay, thank you. And that's one of the points that I'll be making. It's important to do, but there's going to be a learning curve for all of us, and it can't just be carte blanche. We can't just have people parking all the time on the street. Green bin days, as an example, winter storms. So it's not as simple as just saying, yes, we're going to do permit parking, but thank you very much. I'll save the rest. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I just have a point of order.
Point of order. What's your point of order?
So my point of order is that I think if you wouldn't mind directing the question that I asked to Kevin was about the peak committee being consulted, if that was possible. So we may have missed that. That was my question, and I didn't hear from Kevin what that was, and just wanting that opportunity. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you, Councillor Lachig. I apologize. I must have missed the question too. Apologies. So if you can answer Councillor Lachika's question, I guess, Commissioner.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see that being a problem. We can probably look to do something in the upcoming. So again, as Mr. Jones was alluding to, right, on all of these, like what we're looking here today is an approval of a framework, right? And there's bodies of work that are going to follow here that will work out the nitty-gritty details. So I don't want us to be getting too far ahead of ourselves and putting, unnecessary restrictions on ourselves. Peak doesn't have any more meetings for the rest of this calendar year, but next year, as we get into these bodies of work, then I could see that being a matter we would bring to them for their input.
Thank you for indulging, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Appreciate
And
it.
sorry, I missed that question. I had you back on the list. Are you okay or you sure? Okay. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Duguay, Burke, and Mayor Leal. So Councillor Duguay, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jones, welcome. I have a well, I have several. I read in your report that there's a recommendation to reduce the distance of parking spaces to habitable, reducing from 6 to 3 meters. Did I read that correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, that was correct.
Brilliant, because that will save unnecessary minor variance applications. Thank you. What is your, could I ask, how might this apply, or can there be further reduction if you're in the second, third, or fourth higher stories? Or will it still remain at 3 meters for the time being as a recommendation?
Mr. Chair, the 3 meters is, okay, so all of our research on this topic really we looked at the Ontario Building Code, we looked at different requirements in different municipalities. The Ontario Building Code, which talks about air intake, only requires 1.5 meters. So a lot of the other municipalities that have setback policies for habitable rooms is really about the nuisance, light, noise, those sorts of things. It's not about the air quality that's affecting that, because the Ontario Building Code covers off the air quality issues. So a long answer, yes, there is opportunities to go further. We suggested aligning with all the other municipalities at 3 meters. That deals with a lot of the nuisance types of issues with, lights shining in ground floor buildings, but upper floor, there's no requirements on setback for that we would recommend. It's really about the nuisance of the ground floor units and the proximity to parking spaces where you're going to have headlights and noise and glare.
So if I might, Mr. Chairman, in a mixed residential commercial setting, the parking spaces could abut the building, but would not necessarily have to be 3 meter setback from the second floor dwelling units, correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
That's encouraging. Mr. Jones, in your presentation, you often refer to apartments. I'm not sure that we should limit ourselves to apartments because, for example, there are other forms of multiple units. So perhaps staff might consider dropping the reference to apartments and call it other multiple units, because it doesn't reference condominiums as an example. You had a slide that showed car share in your study communities, and I'm sorry, I didn't, the page numbers were paginated. It was a chart, full page. I wanted to ask how many of the study communities have a car share program now? Okay. I thought I saw 2 if I read the screen, that screen there.
Mr. Chair, yeah, 2 have formal car share programs in their bylaw. That's Kingston and Newmarket. So what they've done is they've incorporated, and what I call this really is standardization. So everyone accepts car share to some degree. 2 municipalities have actually put a formula in their bylaw to say, here's how we expect it to be applied. And there's a few others. We saw Ottawa also has something. One with the other one, I think Vaughan also has something. It wasn't one of the municipalities we reviewed. But so we adopted something very similar to what's in Kingston and Newmarket's bylaws, where we said, let's look at the different ratios. We also looked at sort of parking generation standards through the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They have a whole parking design manual that says, here's how many spaces are required for every type of land use, different times a day. So we analyzed all that and came up with what we thought were appropriate ratios to apply. And so what you would do is you would calculate the requirements for every use on a mixed use site. You would multiply that by the percentages for, in a midday, there's maybe 60% of the demand might go for that use. And then you tally that up, and the biggest amount on each time period of the day is what you provide for parking. And it's typically less than the sum of all the maximum requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will I need to go back on the list because I still have a few other questions, or may I continue?
No, you can continue.
Thank you, sir. The proposed parking permit, which I do support in principle, could that permit be ratio based? So in other words, or should it be ratio based? In other words, a property owner that they're required to provide 2 parking spaces, should the maximum number of permits for that dwelling be limited to 2? My concern, if I might, Mr. Chairman, is somebody could conceivably acquire 12 parking permits and enjoy the entire utilization of the street. So I'm hoping we can consider through consultation a ratio. That's possible. Do other cities do that?
Mr. Chair, we didn't find any examples of any municipalities that limited the number of permits you can purchase tied to a property. But there's two ways to deal with the issue of misuse is one through pricing. So you don't make it free or cheap. They're going to pay for the privilege of parking on street. And again, that again ties back to some of the other objectives that we were identifying through encouraging transit, encouraging other modes of transportation. The higher that price, you think about, do you need that second or third car? Do you really need that extra car you can't fit on your site to park on street? So it's pricing is one way to control that. But again, doing a couple neighborhood pilots might be a way to see, how people might try to, game the system, and you can put in appropriate controls at that time to reflect what your objectives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may continue, you reference in your report cash in lieu of parking. You reference the central area. Could cash in lieu be extended to the East City Business District, which is experiencing unprecedented growth, and there is no municipal parking facility of any kind? So could that, perhaps that's a question more directed to staff, but I'm assuming the central area by extension could include East City in developing some parking facility for that part of our growing downtown.
Mr. Chair, we have recommended expanding the cash and lieu program to cover basically all of areas 1, 2, and 3 in our proposed parking areas map. So that would cover all of your downtown, sort of the older West End section of downtown, and all your strategic corridors, growth corridors along Lansdowne, along Clonsilla, along Chemong Road. So those are areas where cash and lieu also may be an option on tighter sites where they want to put density in, but they don't have a big enough footprint. And that's an area where the municipality could use some of that cash and lieu funding to strategically look for opportunity to provide some municipal supply in those areas.
Thank you. And I have one final, if I might.
Yeah, one more, sure.
Your parking permit, could there be consideration for creating in some of our business districts, the side streets, for example, Charlotte Street Business District, some designated parking spaces that could be shared amongst property owners? Because what I understand happens is they may be required to provide only 2 parking spaces, which one has to be for persons with disabilities, and the more convenient parking space may actually be at the street adjacent to a sidewalk. Could that be considered as part through our parking permit program and from a design perspective?
Mr. Chair, yes, in general, we would suggest you be very careful expanding it in the downtown area, that you're not impeding the high turnover type of parking that you're encouraging to support the businesses in the downtown. So they require, high turnover, frequent turnover parking, very convenient parking. There is some opportunities, I think, in the downtown area on some of the side streets where you can put permit parking in. But you just want to be very careful how you do that very strategically, so you're not taking away parking from that the businesses rely on. So that's again a little bit of a balance.
What I was suggesting is could the municipality consider designated parking spaces on the side streets in some of our business districts, so they occur on the street and not necessarily individual on small scale properties? But I'm not talking our major thoroughfares, the side streets within our business district. Could that be considered?
Mr. Chair, you can design the program how you want. Yeah, so it's certainly an option.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Duguay. I have Councillor Burke and then Mayor Leal. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Chair Beamer, through you to Mr. Jones. Hey, I'm just forming my questions as we go along here. A lot of reading. Thank you for that. I guess the thing that was hard for me was that it felt like there was a big piece of the pie missing in terms of the consultation. It felt like this was maybe the importance of parking through the urban planning lens. And a lot of people consistently, since I've been on council, have been reaching out about very downtown specific parking needs. And I hope that was going to be something that was going to be addressed in this. And I see that the DBIA wasn't consulted. And this is like, it says right in the title, it's a residential parking report. And so like, how did you consult the residents? Because these are the people that I have full faith in staff, 100%. And I have full faith that you did all your comparators and all that. Amazing. But the world that we're in is that I have to hear from the people that have to live through these sometimes dogmatic urban planning exercises, right? And sure, it's impossible. It will be impossible for staff to walk every street or talk to every individual in the city. But how we get around that is through these consultation processes, right? So to hear from people that have disabilities, right, from their needs, and how are we going to understand how things have changed in 50 years if we're not talking to people, right? Because from the map, it doesn't look that much different to me.
Mr. Chair, I'll take a stab at that. So this was again a project that was paid for and supported through the Accelerator Fund. There was a pretty strict deadline on getting the review done. It was focused on the zoning bylaw. It wasn't all encompassing, what do we do about parking everywhere in the city? It was really about what are the requirements for new development in the city, and what are the appropriate requirements for off-street parking. That's really what the focus was. We ventured into the on-street permit program because we recognize that there's an opportunity through strategic reductions. There's going to be cases where you're going to need some of that municipal supply, and you need to put provisions in there to accommodate. And that's where the on-street permit parking program. But the other part of it is, this is not the end game. There, as the city moves forward in implementing proposed bylaws that they'll be bringing back to council, they are intending to do full public consultation as required by the Planning Act. To do any zoning bylaw, you've got to do public consultation. So really, I would consider ours more the background research work to help you talk to the community about the approach. And we've already talked to the development industry just to make sure that we're incorporating some of their feedbacks in directly related to how it affects housing affordability and the viability of projects and things like that. And that's why we didn't really expand the consultation program further, but that's to come in next steps.
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to supplement, though, given the quality of Mr. Jones's answer, you might suspect he has some experience on being on our side of the table. But that would exactly be the plan that we'd be following through on. Again, this is the framework that's getting approved now. Before a zoning bylaw amendment comes forward, there will be additional consultation. The exact specifics and parameters and details will be worked out. Recommendations on whether we're looking at pilots or full-blown implementation at once, that's all to come. But this was really targeted at getting some key low-hanging fruits identified that we really strongly believe will lead to a more streamlined development approval process, as was the requirement of the funding program under which we completed this work.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, I really appreciate both of those answers. Were actually helped me understand. So thank you for that. I would just ask, I have two things. So I'm going to ask, within what we're approving now for the zoning, is there flexibility within that? Because as a counselor, I want there to be flexibility within that on a case-by-case basis. That's one. Two, I had to take a break from this. Hold on. I had to take a break from this. And as I was reading it, I just put it all aside for a second. And I imagined all the things, like Kevin, that you pointed out at the end, like your sort of vision statement. And one of the things that I envisioned was that you talked about, like the connectedness of the walkways and the biking, and you imagine people accessing the space. Was there any zoning consideration given to allow for more, I forget the right use for it, but like the corner market situation? Because that's the thing in our neighborhoods in the downtown that doesn't exist anymore, right? So you still need to get into your car to buy your socks and your underwear, or go to your big commercial store. And those little, I have a 1970s planning document from the city, and they mentioned what those places were called, but they mentioned the importance of them as being the focal points for the neighborhoods in terms of connectedness, people walking and picking up some groceries and stuff like that. Is there anything we can do to encourage more of that?
Mr. Chair, not directly through the parking zoning bylaw requirements, but your official plan already starts to contemplate, creating those, what they call them complete communities, but also a mix of uses in neighborhood areas. So your official plan already contemplates and puts policies in place to encourage that type of activity. The opportunity you have through right sizing parking is to maybe create some space that you can allow some of those things to come through as part of developments. You think of a parcel of land and the developer. I was reading an article once where they were saying that, the developer approaches a site, they look at their parking requirements, they kind of know what they want to build, how much they want to build. They look at their parking requirements first and say, what can I fit? And then that dictates how much is left for building space and amenity space and all those other things. But maybe right sizing the parking requirements, they start thinking about where's the best place for the building to be oriented? Where am I going to get the right urban design? And the parking requirements are more of a secondary thing, how we're going to accommodate them through providing them on the site, using one of the incentive programs that we've suggested to allow for strategic reductions. So those are different ways of looking at it, but your official plan already talks about some of the items you're looking at.
Finally, please, just one last question through the chair. When I was reading this, I was thinking about, there was a section, I can't find it, there's a lot of pages, but there was a section about how this needs to be cohesive with other things that the city is doing. And one of the things that has taken up a lot of our time has been the green bin program. And actually on the city site today, what you saw on the Instagram was a picture of the arm coming out from the road to the green bin, and it said you can't park here when that's happening. Do you is that new information, or were you considering that when you for the permit? Because I had a permit parking in Toronto, but we didn't have to move.
Mr. Chair, that's one of the sort of implementation challenges I referenced earlier. It's going to be very sort of neighborhood specific. We didn't know about the specifics of the green bin program and the devices they were going to be using, but we certainly knew that, as you go through a permit parking process, you're going to have different infrastructure needs and different uses of the street that you got to consider. Snow plowing is one, waste collection, recycling collection is another, green bin collection is another. And those are going to have to be balanced off. And that's why I suggested that you probably want to do some trial and error in a couple neighborhoods to test what works, what doesn't work, and adjust as you go before you roll it out citywide.
Great.
You learn from experience.
Thank you. And Commissioner Papadakos?
I think Mr. Jones has kind of addressed it very well. Once again, that that's an implementation issue that staff are well aware of and will have to work through in the development of what we come back with the actual zoning bylaw amendment.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Councillor Burke. And perhaps to finish us off, Mayor Leo.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Jones, I'm the new person on the block here. What position did you hold with the city of Peterborough before you went to the consulting company?
Mr. Chair, I was your former manager of transportation.
I asked that the question in light of my next question is, so Mr. Jones, you have very good knowledge, detailed knowledge of the city of Peterborough.
Mr. Chair, yes, and I reviewed a lot of the applications where they were looking at reducing parking ratios and trying to balance that off because quite aware of some of the challenges we've had.
Well, then, Mr. I will get to my third question because I wanted to kind of set the table here. If we're looking at a permanent parking system, Mr. Jones, based on your knowledge, would an area such as the avenues between Charlotte and King be the perfect spot to do a test pilot for parking permits?
Mr. Chair, there's a number of ideal areas in the city.
That's not the question I'm asking.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would certainly suggest that's probably one of the areas you'd want.
My point is, there's areas that you wouldn't want to bring in a comprehensive parking. There are areas of the city of Peterborough where this is probably the right thing to do because of the geographic setup of the area.
Mr. Chair, yeah, and I'll put my old hat on for a moment. One of the areas, in all seriousness, we were looking at was some of the newer subdivisions, particularly up around the university and near the college where you got a lot of student rentals. And it's hard to control how people use their properties after they're built and bought. But a permit parking program could go a long way to helping solve some of the tensions and issues in some of those neighborhoods as well. And we were considering that, a few years ago as we were thinking of how to roll this type of thing out.
I appreciate your answer, Mr. Chair. I have one last short question. Mr. Jones, you mentioned two communities, Kingston and Newmarket, that set up rideshare programs. How much did the municipalities invest to get those two communities set up for car share?
Mr. Chair, I don't have information on how they set them up. One of the ones was Kingston that they we're adopting the same cash in lieu ideas as we're recommending, is using their cash in lieu funding for them to front a ride share, because again, they're actually mandating putting ride share in a lot of places. We didn't quite go that far in our recommendations. We treated it more as an incentive program. They were mandating it, and I think they decided that they needed to now provide the service if they're going to mandate it in all developments.
I asked the question, Mr. Chair, in context of how much money was drawn from the reserve of cash in lieu to do this, as opposed to keeping it intact to build a new parking garage. So
Mr. Chair, I don't have any information on the uptake of that program. And again, that's one of the challenges where we were looking at new bylaws. So it's going to take a little while for experience to unfold on what the uptake is and the cost.
thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. Mr. Jones, thank you. Appreciate your time and hard work on this and being here tonight. All right, so we have recommendations in front of us. So I have Councillor Parnell, Reel, and Hakey. So Councillor Parnell, recommendations A, B, and C.
Thank you. I will move the motion, but I have some changes to make to it, so that will become the main motion. And I have forwarded this already, and I didn't do this by myself. A number of us have been working on this. And this is what we've come up with. I've shared most of it with the clerk, but we've had a couple of revisions since I sent you the verbiage, Mr. Clerk. So I'll read the recommendations first, and then I will speak to the rationale. Okay?
Yep.
All right. So A remains as is, that the presentation of the residential parking standards review by Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited and report IPGPL 23-003 be received. And B, that staff be directed to implement recommendations of the residential parking standards review, the study, as follows. So I remains the same. That staff initiate the process of amending the zoning bylaw to implement new parking design standards, which I will speak to, and parking rates that largely reflect the recommendations of the study with a target approval timeframe of Q3 2024. And B2, and there's some changes to this, that staff initiate the process of formalizing a procedure of collection and use of cash in lieu of parking with the intent to support the creation of new parking. In a second.
So Councillor Parnell, it's just
New parking with the intent to support the creation of new municipal parking, add the word municipal, and the EV charging infrastructure where feasible. That would be municipal opportunities I'm referring to. And then B3, that staff include a project in the 2025 capital budget to formalize a permit parking program. This is new, including a review of unmetered municipal parking lots, together with any necessary changes to the on-street parking bylaw as recommended in the residential parking standards review. Okay. And then 4, this is all new, and the words will sound exactly like Councillor Duguay. The parking permit review should include consideration on how permit numbers be allocated, such as on a per residential property basis predicated upon the zoning parking regulation applicable to that property.
okay. So just Councillor Parnell, I was wondering, I think just so we can get that in front of everybody,
Yes.
is there any way you could just send that to the clerk? Do you
Yeah,
have that
I'll
on
send it.
email?
Yep, I've got it right here for him. I'll
And
send
then,
it.
Mr. Clerk, are you able to put that on the screen so everybody sees it? Okay.
4 is the only one that we kind of changed on you there, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, so if you could just send us all that with those changes, we'll put it on the slide, and maybe we'll just give everyone a minute to read it, and then we'll start the debate.
Do you want me to start my discussion?
Maybe let's just get it on the screen so everybody can just visually see what we're talking about. So just everyone hold on 1 second. Oh, is that it? Is that it, Councillor Parnell? Is that correct?
We did change 4, Madam Clerk. Okay.
Okay, so we'll just get that up on the screen so everybody can just see it.
Based on comments by Mr. Papadakis, we were thinking that it should only be if you had 2 parking spaces allowed to you in your neighborhood, that you could only get up to 2
parking permits, or downtown where there's no requirement for any parking, you could get up to a 1 maximum. But Mr. Papadakis asked for flexibility for the report on that one.
Okay, so we'll just hold up. We'll just get this on the screen so everybody can see it, and then Councillor Purnell, you can start your comments. I just want to make sure everybody can visually see it. Yep. The new one?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's now the main motion. Everybody can see that A, B, B, 1, 2, 3, 4. So Councillor Purnell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very happy that this has come forward. As I mentioned earlier, it is something I've been asking for, especially the parking permits for all of my terms on council. And there was resistance in the past because it's, there's going to be some pros and cons, and, winter control is one of them. And now the green bins, which is very important to do. And good luck to everybody on that one this week. But it's not carte blanche. You have a permit, you can park anywhere you want, all night, all day. There's still going to be rules around a permit parking. But it's very important to implement for many reasons. And this is a big deal. It's a big deal to homeowners, to renters, to shoppers, to employees, and to developers or home builders in our city. The new parking design standards are really not part of the zoning bylaw, but they are part of the guidelines that we are currently looking at and have already adopted in the downtown, which were all based on the OP, which has now been sent back to us. Again, we're in this circle on that. But there are some design standards that could easily be implemented, but some that are not. As an example, wouldn't it be lovely to see an island in the middle of a parking lot with a lovely tree? Looks great, except if you're the tree, the snowplow driver, or the person who has to spend the money to do this, and the poor tree dies anyway. So there are some common sense things we can do. Perhaps you do a walkway with trees on it. There are ways to handle it in an efficient way, not just for capital, but for operating going forward. So we do have to always remember, even if it's our own municipal parking lots, our operating costs, and even our streets, when we're putting bump outs and things like that on our streets, what does that do to our snow clearing? So these are all considerations, and it's the same with parking. The parking permit program really will take advantage of an asset that we already have. Our paved streets, which we need for vehicles, transit, bike lanes, parking, pedestrians on sidewalks and trails, etc. So it's delivery trucks, right? We need that infrastructure for many, many people, but we also need to utilize that space to encourage secondary suites. I do know of one in particular where a family wanted to create 2 secondary suites in their home. They have more than enough room to create a beautiful living space for up to 3 families, and they were about a triangle piece, 1-foot triangle piece short, and they're on a cul-de-sac, and then they couldn't do it. Even though they could realistically park 4 cars there on a map, it said, nope, you're 1 foot short. So they weren't able to create that living space. And if we could create parking permits so that they could buy 1 or 2 parking places, now there's 2 more beautiful housing spaces legally and up to fire code existing in our city. So that's one of the main benefits of doing the parking permit, is to help situations like that. Or many of us have multi-generational families now. Young people are staying home longer. Maybe we still have mom or dad living with us. So we've got the grandparents, the parents, and adult children. And a lot of the times they do have to work out of town. Think of anybody who has a skilled trade. They're not taking a bus to their job out of town or their tools in town. So we have to consider that people still do need parking, whether it's a diesel, gas, or EV. That's really important.
Councillor Bernal, do you want a second 5 minutes or?
Sure.
Yep.
I did want to speak briefly to the car share as well. We have already looked at this back in 2017, report USTR 17005, where council rejected the idea, voted it down. So this would be a reconsideration. And part of the consideration, I did hear the discussion tonight, Mr. Chair, but there's still going to be a cost to the municipality. And, whether we're buying cars, e-bikes, bicycles, scooters have been suggested. That is really not the job of the municipal tax dollar. That's a non-mandated additional task we would be taking on in a very difficult tax increase year. So we have to remember that. If a provider wants to come in, a private provider, and provide this service, fantastic. We are always open to that, but it shouldn't be on the municipal tax dollar. Municipal lots, I did speak to that a little bit in item 2. I am aware, and I think we've all seen that we do have some municipal parking lots that don't have meters on them right now or parking permits. And unfortunately, some people do take advantage of that, especially around parks, and people will park there all day or all night. But all day is the problem because, and maybe it is for a good reason, maybe they're carpooling, fair enough, but they're displacing the people who want to come and actually use the park. And we see that quite a bit. So there should be a cost to that. There should be, because then we have heard from Mr. Jones, you put a price on it, and then people are more respectful of that space. Plus, Mr. Chair, we're probably going to need a lot of those municipal parking spaces if we proceed with the parking permit for such nights as a major storm event where people need to get off the street and park in a municipal parking lot. And I've mentioned very briefly, we already have that program in place right now for winter storms. You can take your vehicle to King Street or to Simcoe Street and get a bus ticket, a free transit ride home. So your car's off the street, you're not getting buried, you're not getting towed, with a towing fine, etc. But we'll have to expand that program in some way with the parking permit. It's one of those details that do need to be worked out. But for those are all of the reasons, Mr. Chair, why I amended the recommendations as presented. And this was a team effort. This is not just me. We've been working on this quite a bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Purnell. So those are the recommendations, A, B, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I have Councillor Reel, Heike, La Chica, and Duguay. Councillor Reel?
Through the chair, I would like to separate out A and B.
Okay, we can do that.
B has been a huge surprise tonight. I had some words here and something that I was going to talk about, but the new transportation chair over there, I guess that I don't know who she worked with in putting this together, but the last time I seen it, I'm the transportation chair for the city of Peterborough, and I was never consultant on this one bit. And so I'm asking for a deferral of B, and I would like to speak to that. Tuesday, when I read this report.
So deferral is always in order. So that's correct, Mr. Clerk. We can vote on A and just defer B. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the councillor has requested that A and B be separated, and they can be separated for a vote. And a deferral is always in motion. If there's a deferral a councillor wishes to make, that can be put on the floor as well.
Okay, so that's what's on the floor right now to defer B. So Councillor Reel?
When I read this on Tuesday, and excuse my language, when I got through being pissed off reading it,
So Councillor Reel, we just want to be cautious of the words we use. A lot of people in the community are watching, and we just have to remember Robert's rules of order. So.
Well, they talk about the urgency of bringing this forward. And if I look on page 5, and it states here that delay and expense is often exacerbated by the concerns voiced by residents in the neighborhood with such new developments and planning expressed apprehension regarding parking overflow and illegal parking and issues. I don't know who pays your salary, but the citizens of Peterborough pay both mine and the employees of the city of Peterborough. But wait a minute, this thing gets even better. When you go to page 12, they talk about engagement and consultation. And the only people that were here was the representative approximately 5 of the city developers, and they had 2 meetings. So it leads me to question who's running the ship here. Because the people in the city of Peterborough pay my salary and they pay your salary. And so when you bring a report like this here, and I don't know what part of the people that work for Paradigm, but I went to the subdivisions last week. And every one of those new homes had 2 or 3 cars or trucks parked in the driveway. So this myth that cars are going away. I happened to bought a plug-in hybrid because I wanted to go electric. But it states here that everybody is going to be on a bicycle or taking transit or an electric scooter is a complete myth. I think that I should make a motion that the mayor send a letter to the big 3 that they're in the wrong business of building electric cars and trucks, that they actually should be building bicycles and buses, because that's where the theme is going into the future here. Well, when I read this here and the goal of this here, of the consultation, and this whole thing is, oh, wait for us to pass this, because then we're going to have a consultation. It's kind of the cart before the horse. The people of the city of Peterborough should be consulting on how they want to run their city and what the parking is going to look like, and what the parking provisions are for, especially the downtown. The councillor for downtown said, where's the D-by-A? They have asked for parking changes to the downtown. They have made suggestions. Where is it in this report of what their downtown is going to look like? It was a few months ago here that there was a building right over here that this council passed for a development over here at the old Case Funeral Home. And so we gave them park in lieu. What a joke that is. Park in lieu. So they pared down the parking that was going to be in there. And the neighborhood come and said, well, what about the spillover parking? The business in the areas came in and said, what about the spillover parking that's going to be in my parking? Oh, don't worry about that. Park and lieu will take care of all that. I don't know how that's going to take care of it. But it's all in this report how this is going to be done. But there's no consultation. The only 2 consultations were developers and builders. And so I want this to go back. I want the people of the city of Peterborough to be able to voice their concern. I mean, this page 5 tells it all. Don't consult with them. They're just an impediment for building their city. I'm sorry. I have a huge problem with this. Also, here we have the second report by Paradigm. We're told that we had to hire Paradigm to do Park Hill Road because we needed to close the street off, and it had to be done in a hurry. Again, here is the former manager of transportation for the city of Peterborough, who are now working for Paradigm. I'd like to know how much it costs us for this report and what the RFP that went out and who applied for it. Because here again, we've given work to this company again. Is there nobody else that asked or put their name in to do this kind of work? I have no doubt that Kevin Jones, Mr. Jones, has vast knowledge on the city of Peterborough. He worked here for a number of years.
So
I
Councillor,
have a problem. The RFP process should be done.
okay, so the RFP process might be something we need to deal with another time. Tonight, let's just stick with the report, which you've moved to defer. So just to be clear, Councillor, you've moved to defer it. Let's just say to Q1 or 2 for public consultation in the community. Is that fair?
There's a lot of stuff in here. I've read this thing 3 times over the weekend. A lot of stuff to digest. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But the part that galls me is that there has to be a public consultation on what they want, the citizens of Peterborough want for their city.
Okay.
That is not being done. It's the cart before the horse.
So the deferral is to defer it till Q1 or 2 for public consultation. Is that correct? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So speaking to that, that's what's on the floor right now. Defer till Q1 or 2 for public consultation. Let's say Q2. I have Councillor Hakey, Lachika, Duguay, and Mayor Leal speaking to the deferral. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to support the deferral because it's similar, and I understand, I'm not faulting staff or the cart before the horse because of the accelerator fund timeline that we're on. And I remember from the urban guideline vote that we had last week, where due to timing issues, whatever they were, we had to get it accepted by council in order to get the funding. I think it's $1.75 million or something like that. So that's why I will support the deferral, because it's similar to the urban guideline. To Councillor Riel's thing, one of the things that had lacked in past councils was consultation, public consultation. I think we all agree that it didn't exist. This is a very overarching document. I like where it's going myself. It's flexible, but we have to talk to the people that affects the most, and there's no question. And I'll use the downtown as an example. It's probably the area that will be affected most by these changes. So I had a whole other speech, but for the deferral, I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hickey. Speaking to the deferral, Councillor LaChica.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification. If this is a motion for deferral moved by Councillor Riel, is it a deferral of the original motion or the deferral of the amended motion, which we have not yet voted on? That's unclear to me.
No, that's a good question. It's a deferral of the amended motion because the amended motion is technically now the main motion since the mover made that motion. So what we saw on the screen there by Councillor Purnell, that is now the main motion, which
should we not have voted on that amendment before we're looking at a deferral? Because
it's a good question.
I think that is. Could we ask the clerk?
Yeah.
Is Robert's rules? I mean, I had been on the speakers list based on the amended motion by the previous speaker, and that's what I wanted to speak to. But I can't do both at the same time. I feel that the first motion needed to be addressed before we look at a deferral of the motion.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you had indicated, the amending motion that was put forward is the main motion, and now there is a deferral on the floor. I would suggest then procedurally the deferral can be dealt with, and if that were to fail, then if it was not supported, then we're back to the main motion for discussion.
The original main motion.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Is it the original main motion or the?
If that motion were to fail, if the deferral fails.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the deferral fails, then we're back to the motion as was moved by Councillor Purnell, which is de facto the main motion. At the moment.
So as for the deferral, thank you then. I will take my moment to just ask a question. Could we ask Commissioner Papadakis through you, Mr. Chair, what is the impact of a deferral and just your opinion of how that might impact, what we're coming up to in November, budgets and everything else? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll go back to some of the comments that I made introducing this issue, right? There is a housing supply and affordability crisis that we are facing today. And one of the challenges that we have is the inability to move forward with bold actions that are what are required to get us into a position to meet the needs of the changing future that is coming, whether we like it or not. So in terms of what the process will be now, I'm honestly a little bit confused because our plan, if the original motions were the original recommendations were accepted, we were coming back in Q3 of 2024, Q3 of next summer, with a proposed zoning bylaw amendment that will have had the information related to what we found at the consultation, right, with the public, because that's what we have to do as part of a zoning bylaw amendment. There's a public process through that. Tonight's report is to get a buy-in for the framework that we should update these things. I suppose if council doesn't give us that direction to take the initiative to start making zoning bylaw amendment to our parking zoning bylaw, then we don't have any direction to do so. So we could do it on our own and then just come back to council just because staff knows this is the right thing to do. And also too, I would wonder what it might do to those of us, those in other levels of government that are currently reviewing our Housing Accelerator Fund application, which proposes to, we've applied for $24 million of grant funding, and reviewing parking, and a commitment to parking adjustments and modernizing a parking system that hasn't been looked at in over 50 years is central to that funding application. So I would just say that if we will follow the will of council, and if council would like us to defer the matter and have us do something else, then we'll do that.
Okay, and I think in fairness, the deferral is public consultation, just that's what's on the floor right now.
Right, so basically what I'm hearing is defer this recommendation and we proceed with the plan that we would be doing if the recommendation were to pass, to come back with a zoning bylaw amendment in Q3 of next 4 after having done the public consultation that we've already advised council we're planning on doing. Is that correct?
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I just finish my speaking moments that way?
You sure can. So Councillor Lachik has the floor speaking on the deferral.
Thank you. So I thank you for clarifying that there is a full public consultation in the works and what was embedded in all of this. And that will happen before any change to any bylaw. Correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chica. Speaking to the deferral, Councillor Duguay, Mayor Leo, Councillor Burke, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Burke. I will not support the deferral. The parking bylaw was actually updated in 1995, so it's very old. And it was because I was the author at the time when I was a city's employee in 1995. And we followed a similar path that we are considering tonight. Staff advised council of the day that we need to update the zoning bylaw. And we made some suggestions, and we also outlined for the benefit of council how we would consult the community. And we were given the green light to proceed. It was an exhaustive one-year consultation process. And it has served our community, that bylaw, for a number of years. However, the reason I will not support the deferral, because we have heard from staff and from Mr. Jones that there will be extensive consultation. And what we are bringing to the community, what we'll consult with them about, is a framework for a rethinking of a 1995 based section of our bylaw, how we address parking for residential units. It's introducing creativity. It's introducing what's happening in other communities in Canada. And we're going to ask the public, and we're going to ask them again, and we're going to consult with them, and there will be a statutory public meeting. So like Councillor Lachika, I recognize the process includes mechanisms for appropriate consultation. I have one specific question of staff. Will our funding, Mr. Papadakis, will it be impacted if we only receive the report? I'm talking the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have no way of answering that question as I'm not, a reviewer of the funding application that we've submitted. I'm only saying that what you're seeing, if you're following the news around how these approvals for Housing Accelerator funding applications are going, municipalities that are taking bold steps are the ones that are being rewarded. Those that are dilly-dallying are being told to go back to the drawing board and come back and be more aggressive. So I would, if I was a betting man, I'd say maybe you're on the right track.
Councillor Beamer, that is a concern that I have, because there are other communities, some of which Mr. Jones' report was comparing us with, who have taken bold and aggressive steps to address housing and housing supply. I am satisfied that there will be a robust consultation process, and this is a necessary tool that can happen regardless of the nature and language of our official plan. We can still undertake to review our zoning bylaw, regardless of our official plan. And lastly, I would say that, speaking to the deferral, I support the general framework that's been outlined and supported the presentation that was provided tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Duguay. Mayor Leal?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I would support the deferral provided it's done on an accelerated basis. I'll tell you, here's my problem. I don't want to go to a comprehensive, full citywide permit parking. I'm a person who likes to believe in evidence and data. So I happen to believe the right way to go would be to designate 3 areas within the city of Peterborough, have those as the pilot, bring them in 2024, do all the data, get all the evidence necessary to make an informed decision whether we move it beyond those pilots. We've all heard tonight there's going to be challenges with the green bin collection. There's going to be challenges in terms of snow plowing. So we do know if we did a pretty extensive pilot, and we know the areas. I gave one tonight, looking at the avenues between Charlotte and King. There's probably a couple new subdivisions we should also include in the pilot to get that information to make a sound decision down the road. Going to a full comprehensive citywide permit system is a big undertaking. And I would rather make sure that we do it right if we advance it citywide. And I think that's why the opportunity presents itself to specifically determine in the recommendation that we look at 3 pilot areas in 2024. There is no question in my mind that this report that's been put forward by Paradigm is a revolution for parking in Peterborough. It really changes fundamentally how we approach parking in the city of Peterborough. And this is important. It's very important because what's continued, I'd rather go back to the original recommendations, because what is very important here is the changes in parking run in tandem with something else that hopefully we approve down the road this evening, which is the housing pledge. We do know that as we move up and we want to relax parking, we know when those two things move in complement each other, that it's going to make it easier for us as we go over the next several years to make that housing target, which we're required to do by the province of Ontario. I happen to think that there's a lot of new approaches here, and I think will benefit the community enormously. But the real issue is to look at 3 pilots to get the data and evidence to make sure that we have a solid foundation in which to make a wider range decision down the road.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Leal. I have Councillor Burke and then Reel for a second time. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Chair. And that's the way the mayor put it was sort of how I feel. And it's not to challenge staff. It's just that, the nature of what we go through is we get this report like last week, and we have to consider the things for us that we think are missing or that could be tweaked or have the ability to change. And I think for me, the thing that stood out and the thing that I remembered was when that subdivision or the apartment high rise was being pitched to us, we had the whole neighborhood that lived on London Street and all the avenues, which are much like a lot of the side streets coming off of the downtown. They came in great numbers. The whole council chambers was full. And they were telling to us all their concerns by doing this without having all of the wraparound services in place. And we were told that, don't worry, a review is going to come that's going to address all their needs. And all that I'm saying as a town ward councillor is that there's very specific downtown perspectives that I haven't found in this review. And no one is asking for this to be put off for a couple of years, but I think we have to treat it differently than a normal zoning process that has consultation. This is a citywide change. And like we said, it hasn't been changed since the 50s. So why are we rushing it, right? And a few of us have now identified that there's some gaps in the consultation that was done. And that's why I would push for a deferral. I'm going to read to you guys. I'm going to end with this. Do I have time, Chair Beamer?
Yes, yes.
This is from, this is from John Wood, who is the planning director of the city of Peterborough. And he says, do planners look at city, neighborhood, or projects through rose-tinted glasses with blinkers or blinders, with 2020 hindsight or 2020 foresight, ? Are we able to walk in the shoes of, at that time, 59,000 permanent residents and hundreds of thousands of other visitors and transients to view and review the strengths, weaknesses, and potential deficiencies of the city of Peterborough? No, the only way we can do it is to call on you as citizens of Peterborough. All projects must be good for A, people who live in or use a project, a voice that was missing from this report, and B, the people of the neighborhood and all the people of the community.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Burke. Speaking to the deferral, I have Councillor Rail a second time, Councillor Parnell, and Mayor Leal a second time, and then Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Rail.
Through the chair, I don't see anything in this report about consultation. Except on page 12, where the consultation for this was with developers and builders. I never said, this is a pretty extensive report to throw the baby out with the bathwater, that I said that we should have this, keep this report. What I'm saying is we need to talk to the people and consult with them. I don't care if they live in the older part of the city, or in my ward, or in the new subdivisions. They should be consulted on how they want their city and how you're going to move traffic. I think there's so many nuances in reading all through this here. You know, we've got to do it in a hurry because of the accelerator fund. We've got to do this, we've got to do that. At the end of the day, oh yeah, we're going to talk to the people after you pass this. Oh, because we have a duty to do that. The thing has already been passed. What I'm saying is this needs to go back and talk to the citizens of Peterborough. I think Councillor Burke put it right. We got this on a Thursday and we're asked to make a decision tonight. And then it's going to go to council for final approval. But where's the citizens? It says here on page 12, the only people that were consulted is developers and builders. And what's good for them? Well, we want to reduce parking because then we can build more homes. Because if we have reduced parking, but like I said, go to any subdivision. I went to Lake Lake last week. 2 or 3 cars in every parking lot, in every driveway. So this isn't going to stop. Yeah, we can have fix our transit routes out. People may have bicycles. We need to fix the roads so people can run on them. It doesn't matter for running transit, we have to fix our roads anyways. But that doesn't mean that people are we can only entice them and say, please take transit. And it could be the way of the future. More people living downtown don't need a car, so we'll take transit. And we have to build on that. But when's that going to be? I can tell you, I'm not giving up my car. I've gone electric. And that's the way of the future. And that's what I'm told the way it's supposed to go. I have a charging station at my house and I charge my car. Well, that's going to happen too. But I mean, there's a missing link here. No consultation with the public that pays the dime. And that's the part that's missing. And that's the part I'm trying to say that needs to be done. Yeah, the staff can tell me, you know, Keith, you can't be an impediment. We got to get moving stuff. We got to do this, or we got to build the city, but we have to do it right. Everything is built on a foundation. If the foundation isn't solid, then it collapses. And for me, there is no foundation here yet. And that foundation is that I want the public that pays my salary and staff salary and the rest of us to be consulted on their city and how they want the transit and how they want the city to how we're moving through the city and what they want built. That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reel. Speaking to the deferral, Councillor Parnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't support the deferral for a number of reasons. First of all, I do not want to jeopardize the funding that has paid for this and will help us with implementation. I do like the idea of the pilot project, and I was, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the mayor if we added a 5 that we conduct a pilot project, 1 per ward, if that would satisfy you to avoid a deferral, which would jeopardize our funding. We don't have confirmation of that, but that is a real risk. But we definitely know it will slow down building permits, and we desperately need the housing, as the mayor has just said. We need to get these things going. And so those are the main points. And as far as consultation, I've had 14 years of consultation on this with the public. It's based on all of those phone calls and emails to all of us councillors who pass them on to staff, who know that we have to do something about the parking situation. And it's either I want to create more housing and I can't because I don't have enough parking, or somebody's parking in front of my house. Sorry, but you don't own that parking space in front of your house. So we have to do some education on that. And that space can be used legally, and we'll get people to pay for it, not free. Somebody can't park in front of your house. Right now it's 3 hours and then they could get a ticket. And that's all complaint driven, which is really a back way to do it. So by deferring this, I think you're going to, well, all the things I just said, you could risk that funding. You're going to slow down our building permits being issued. You're going to risk more housing. I would, if the deferral is defeated, Mr. Chair, add that we do a pilot project of the parking permit, one per ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Purnell. Mayor Leal for a second time deferral.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Ideally, what I would want would be the recommendations that have been put forward by staff, not the amendment set of recommendations. If we had the recommendations that were put forward in the staff report, add 4, which would be I'm fine with looking at 3 pilots or 5 pilot, 5 wards. Yeah, 5 wards, 1 per ward. I think that's great. I think that's in the right direction. To gather the evidence over a period of time, we could commence that in 2024. But I would also add to that number 6, which would look at this report, perhaps not coming back until council until early in 2024 to provide an opportunity to garner some additional public input. Recommendations here, add the pilots in and add a proviso that we give a bit of a gap to provide some consultation with the broader community in a very finite time frame, so we can get it back, give the final approval, hopefully, and then it would go in tandem with our housing pledge.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Leal. So speaking to the deferral, Councillor Baldwin, Crowley, Duguay, and LaChica. Councillor Baldwin?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it's me that's totally confused or the rest of council. I thought coming this evening, I read the report. I quite understood the staff recommendations and we were going with it. I had no problem with the what was proposed there, understanding that there'd have to be public consultation. It's a statutory requirement. Respectfully, I have no idea what the changes are that Councillor Purnell is brought at the last minute. I would concur with the mayor with respect to that. I was comfortable with the recommendation. So if I'm going to vote on this one way or the other, I'd like to get some information from staff, again, off the cuff, what those changes to the original recommendations mean. How are they different? Are they different? And then secondly, Mr. Chair, if we're able to deal with that issue, what I'm hearing the rest of council suggesting is part of the consultation process. You know, we're making requirements in the original framework recommendations. We're going to go to each ward and we're going to pick a pilot project. And I mean, this may be what staff had in mind anyway. So it's going to be very difficult for me to make a decision this evening. So if I had to make a decision based on what's there, I couldn't recommend any of it because I don't understand it, Mr. Chair. So maybe I'll through you to maybe Mr. Papadakis or Mr. Reyna. The first question I have is that the proposed amended motion, how is that different than what we had originally?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I need to see it again to confirm that I think I'm experiencing some similar confusion that the councillor is observing here, because I wasn't aware of these proposed changes, so we're having to assess on the fly. So I would say that the one change that I heard in some of the remarks made were to remove bike share and car share because it was viewed as a reconsideration. I might ask Mr. Kennedy to jump in, but I don't think that would be a reconsideration based on that past report that was referenced. And then what are the other changes? The other changes are, and I didn't bring my glasses today, so pardon me. Yeah, I don't see I don't have an issue with the unmetered parking lots addition. That would have been part of the scope of the review. Without it, it's superfluous, but that's fine if it's in there. And the amended, the 4 that was presented is also, that's not an issue. That's what we're going to do. That's what you're going to do anyway as part of that. With adding in specific pilots by ward, I would propose that we would not do it by ward, but we would do it by, and I might even ask Mr. Jones to chime in with his thoughts on this, but I would think that you'd want to do it more based on like zones and different parking zones in different contexts, as opposed to a ward-based. Ward seems arbitrary, to with all due respect. And consultation, again, I think I've made my remarks very clear on that point. I don't think I need to saw that sawdust, to borrow a phrase from past councils.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Councillor Baldwin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Papadakis. Thank you for that. Just based on that, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to support the deferral. I wish we'd go back to the original one. I kind of understood that. And even we're seeing our commissioner, who I put him on the spot in a hurry, didn't know this was coming. And so I have an issue with that. So I'm not going to support it for a whole host of reasons. The most of which is I don't understand the changes, even though the commissioners kind of give me the Coles notes. I'm not sure we're prepared to do a deferral or pass it, to be quite honest. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. So speaking to the deferral, Councillor Crowley.
Point of order?
Yeah, point of,
Excuse me.
Councillor Purnell, what's your point of order?
Well, I did actually consult with Michael or Mr. Papadakis on part 3. Number 4 did come up with a suggestion from another colleague, but I did consult. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purnell. So speaking to the deferral, Councillor Crowley, Duguay a second time, Lachik a second time, and Mayor Leal third and final on the deferral. Councillor Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to agree with Councillor Baldwin. It just does seem that everything that's here is initiating the process, investigating and reviewing, and it's just like what this is just giving staff framework to go and do diligence with the community and talk to them and consult, and then they will come back to us and say, all right, this is what we got, and then we can dither and bicker and go back and forth. So maybe we should just, table the dithering and the bickering for, a few months until you can actually sort of come up with something. Because I think this is putting the cart before the horse, actually arguing like this now. So I can't support the deferral. I nothing but respect. I just can't. Because they're going to come back after public consult anyway. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Duguay, second time on the deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be very clear, we are not approving a zoning bylaw amendment this evening. We are not approving a zoning bylaw amendment. All we are asking to be approved is a framework, a directions staff can consult with our community. And as my councillor colleague Matt Crowley just said, then that formal report, subject to the statutory provisions of the Planning Act, will return here. I will not support the deferral. I do support the amended motion because it does provide just a bit more clarity. I do like Mayor Leal, your comments about some pilot area. That's fine, but we are not amending the zoning bylaw at all. That's going to take time. There's going to be consultation, including the DBIA, including businesses and others. That's forthcoming. We're just asking staff we're directing staff to proceed with a framework that we've considered this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Papadakis.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe, and just as Councillor Duguay was speaking there, I thought maybe it would be important to also reiterate this point, right, is that staff have plans subject to budget approval to initiate a strategic central area parking strategy too, right? Like, again, that's the thing, is there's a lot of things that need to get tweaked when you look at parking. So we actually have identified through and this would be part of the central area master plan secondary planning study. And we were looking at things specific to the downtown, because again, this was scoped, again, remember, the purpose of this report was to address approvals for how accelerating housing. So we scoped it to residential, right? So we didn't consult with the DBIA about how is this going to impact, their commercial uses and things like that. We didn't look at structured parking and the amount of structured parking and what our future needs for structured parking are in the downtown core. That's all going to be taking place as part of another study. So there's lots of work to be done to modernize our approach to parking in this city. And so that's the direction, that's like just another thing to just kind of make sure council understands that, it's not like we're crossing the Rubicon tonight, and there's no going back on on how parking is done here. So yeah, I just wanted to add that in for additional context. So council appreciates that staff think long and hard about these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So we've had good discussion. We have Councillor Lucica, Mayor Leo, and Councillor Burke on the deferral, and then maybe we'll try to take a vote on the deferral. Councillor Lucica on the deferral.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Commissioner Papadakos. Thank you for clarifying several times the purpose of the report, and that this is about residential parking standards, and staff and a consultant have done their due diligence to present this to us in order to carry on with the walk towards changing a bylaw in the future. And if we didn't have this template, we wouldn't have anything substantial to bring to the public to have them give us feedback on. So I appreciate the fact that there is a statutory responsibility to consult with the public, and that we're following all the steps that we should. And we have a commissioner and experts to go through this process of creating a template so that we have something to work with. So I'm so grateful for that. We are in a housing crisis. The longer we delay this, when we have, we're awaiting funding, accelerator fund, we don't want to put that in jeopardy. We want to accelerate our housing quickly. That's what the next report that we're going to be looking at tonight is about. It has to align, and we have to get moving. So I will not support a deferral, and appreciate the lively discussion, but appreciating more the clarifications from city staff and the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Lucica. Deferral, Mayor Leo, third time.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Michael, because your response there just a minute ago has helped me considerably. I would support this motion if we can get an amendment for 3 pilot areas in 2024 to collect the data to go forward, and another small amendment to make sure that we do the appropriate outreach as this report moves forward. And I think that can be. I think the pilots are really important to get the data, and secondly, as we move through the next phase of what's contained in this report, that we do that critical outreach with the broader community as we go forward. I mean, I'm always want to try to build a consensus on things and try to move forward. And I'm very cognizant of the fact that this report does move in tandem with the housing pledge, Mr. Chair. So I'll ask the mover to put 2 amendments in, and if we do those 2 amendments on the motion that's proposed up there, it will garner my support.
Thank you, Mayor Leo. So there's a lot of talk about the amendments. So let's try to take a vote on the deferral. So speaking, Councillor Burke on the deferral, then we're going to take a vote on the deferral. Councillor Burke, take your time.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just speaking to the deferral and the conversation that's ensued. And here's the thing. If I'll tell you what would have happened, that would have made this a lot easier. Okay? This isn't a productive night for me. What would have happened to make this a lot easier if the very questions we were asking were simply addressed in this report? It didn't happen. There's a whole thing that says consultation with a 328, like it's in there. And then we have questions about it. I know that the DBIA is commercial. When I bring it up as an area that needs to be consulted, it's unique. It's people are renting, people don't have driveways, people are parking on residential streets. So therefore, I feel like they should have a right to have their voice in a report that looks at changing the entire structure of how they're going to park and considers their needs when they're going to have to see an empty lot next to them turn into a high rise. I get where you're coming from, 1,000,000%, and I'm not trying to challenge this report and cut it off at the legs. I'm just trying to add, like, we didn't win a lottery to get here. We got voted in, right? And our job, which is different than yours, is we have to carry the opinions and the feedback from the community to these very conversations. And we had about an inch worth of paperwork to read in like 4 days, and this is the feedback. And how it could have been addressed differently is if you would have rolled out very clearly what the consultation after this point would have looked like. It's not in there. You're looking at me like I'm an idiot. Oh, you should know. Oh, we're going to do this. Don't you know? It's not in here. If it was in here and written to and addressed, we'd be fine, top left. But it's not. So therefore, we have questions. And we're asking you, we're not saying you do bad work. We're not saying that we don't want to work with you. We're just saying, hey, have you considered this? Because this is something that is important to us, right? And it's not just an anomaly. It's not just when we're at our walking the streets. We actually saw it happen here at council when the neighborhood right across the street from us was looking at being changed drastically, and we didn't have a response to the neighborhood at the time. We didn't have a response to the amount of cars that they were already seeing from student housing bung up their streets, right? So that's the aspect and perspective that I'm looking for in this report that doesn't exist. Let's address it and let's move forward. It's simple.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Okay, we've had good discussion and debate. We are going to take a vote on the deferral. So that recommendation moved by Councillor Reel, that recommendation be deferred to the third quarter of 2023 to provide an opportunity for additional consultation. All right, moved by Councillor Reel. We'll take that deferral vote. All right, the deferral is lost. So we're back to the main motion, which is the amended motion, because Councillor Purnell is the main mover. So to speed things up, Councillor Purnell, Mayor Leal mentioned two potential amendments to yours. That is that 3 parking permit pilot projects be undertaken in 2024 in parking zones, and that outreach with the broader community be undertaking during the process. So are you comfortable with those two friendly amendments, Councillor Purnell?
Sorry, could you say that last one again?
Yeah, so the first one is that 3 parking permit pilot projects be undertaken in 2024. And then the other one is that outreach with the broader community be undertaken during the process.
I would kind of like 5 pilot projects, 1 per ward. Would you just want 3? Okay, well, we'll go with 3. I think it's important to move ahead on this. So I will take those as friendly amendments and we'll work together on it.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we had everything up on the screen. We'll add these 2 friendly amendments. So that's what we're voting on. Comments or questions to the main motion. So we'll start with Mayor Leal, because they're
Just
your
a question of
amendments.
clarity. The other one is we'll add the broader consultation. Mr. Papadakis, as I understand this report, it is a living report in the sense that after we go through the various elements of this report, there will be a report coming back when we fundamentally change the parking bylaw as outlined in this report. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. Can I, sorry.
So because there's going to be a gap in time here between the passage of the recommendation that's on the floor this evening and when we come forward with the broad-based recommendations to fundamentally revolutionize parking in the city of Peterborough, there will be time to talk to the broader citizenry in this community.
That is correct.
Mr. Chair, I'm fine now.
Good to go. Thanks, Mayor Leal. I have Councillor LaChica, and Burke and Reel. Councillor LaChica?
Thank you. This is just a language question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted the opinion of Commissioner Papadakis on or the double I, the second one, there was an amendment by Councillor Parnell to add the addition of the word municipal. And to me, is this not a residential in terms of development of residential properties? And I'm wondering if that word municipal alludes to commercial.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the way I'm reading that recommendation as written is that the funds we'd be collecting through cash in lieu would be made available now to support EV infrastructure and municipal lots, but not to support incentivizing car share or bike share alternatives in the community. That's how I'm reading that report, that recommendation as written.
Thank you. And is that your intention through you, Mr. Chair, to the speaker who amended the motion?
Councillor Purnell?
Yes, and we also have to focus on actual municipal parking spaces, not private necessarily, because the parking permit will take care of that part.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chica?
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Burke, Reel, and Hickey. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Chair Beamer. Talk about working on the fly. Okay, so I just have questions about too, but I think Commissioner Papadakos answered it. So I'm just waiting for the argument. What's the rationale for getting rid of the ride share, the car shares, and the bike? What's the rationale for that? I don't understand that. That's wild to me. And then it just seems very abstract. It seems like they laid out the reasoning for that. And then if you'll just indulge me as I'm continuing to read this, I remember reading, does the parking permit situation not already do what the amendment is asking? Isn't it, it's not an overarching permit. It was pitched as being specific to different areas, right? That's a question for Commissioner Papadakos, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we need that restated so I understand clearly what's being asked.
So in number 4, the amendment asks for the parking permit review to include consideration on permit numbers, and they be allocated such as on per residential property basis predicted upon this. I don't understand, even if I read it, but was there not consideration to how? So through the chair to Commissioner Papadakos, for 1 sec, was there not already in the report consideration given to different areas as to how the parking permits numbers would be allocated?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think what this is getting at is it's trying to ensure that whatever review of the parking permit that we come forward with, there will be some kind of a limitation on how many individual residences can access permits. So there would be some kind of a ratio. So that way, a scenario couldn't result where one resident buys multiple paths or, an infinite number of passes. I think that that's just providing us with a restriction and like a constraint that would have been something we would have looked at, and I can imagine that's a logical place for us to end up at. So if I don't see there being an issue with it.
That, I guess through the chair, my question to you or to Mr. Jones would be that we've just solicited this report to compare what we're trying to do to other municipalities. We're not reinventing the wheel. So it would help for me to understand that, it would be obvious for me that things like this would be implemented. And was that considered in the comparators that we looked at?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll ask Mr. Jones if you're able to jump in, or Miss Kimball, one of the dynamic duo back there.
Mr. Chair, permit parking program was a recommendation merged from our work, but it wasn't the purpose of our work. We weren't asked to design a permit parking program. So there's a lot of there's some introductory work in the report that talks about how you would approach a permit parking program, but we didn't go to the extent of saying which areas and what are all the rules, and that's something that was recommended that the city begin that process of implementing a permit parking program through some pilots to develop those rules, see which ones work the best for your community, and then use that as a way to move forward with something a little more broader. But our scope was really limited on focusing on the bylaw requirements, but the permit parking came out as a result of some of our investigation saying, we're going to have to deal with on-street permit parking as part of the recommendations emerging from the report.
Okay, thanks. I guess my question would be for the clerk. Are we then going back to the?
Yes, we can. Yes. All right, Councillor Real.
Through the chair, my comments have nothing to do with the vote that was just taken. My comments have to do what's up on this screen here. I'm chair of transportation and was not consulted one bit. I'm tired of somebody that doesn't give a courtesy call and tell me what they're up to. My comment is stay in your own lane. I'm telling you what I'm prepared to do is hand my resignation in to the mayor because I'm tired of this, what's going on in this council. I was given an assignment by the mayor. I don't know if he'll accept my resignation, but I'm just tired of what's going on here. We all have portfolios and we try to do to them the best of our ability. But I was never consulted on any of this here. This undermining and what's going on here has to stop. If I have to make a point and it stops with me tonight, it has to stop on everybody that has portfolios and jobs to do, because I'm tired of what's going on here. I was never consulted. This is the first, and I think like Councillor Baldwin said, here we are, I'm confused, just as here we are, make a decision. I spent the weekend reading this 3 times to get it through my head. And then we come with this tonight. I'm sorry, I'm tired of it.
Thank you, Councillor Real. I have Councillor Hickey, Duguay, Parnell. Councillor Hickey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've always supported the plan. What I had the problem with was the public consultation wasn't clear. So my question is, going forward, am I to assume that a public consultation will always take place, whether it's written in the report or not? That'll save a lot of time, like Councillor Burke said earlier.
CEO Reyna.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I have kept very quiet. You might have seen that, keeping my patience and listening and with everybody's passion. So I will also speak with passion now, because I think so many times it was mentioned that this is just asking for a framework and moving forward in this framework, the engagement, the community engagement is the key piece. So without that, nothing will happen, because that's mandated as per we cannot go and amend any zoning bylaw. So that consultation will be very extensive. And after that consultation, we will come back to the council and say, this is the scenario, this happened. You know that we cannot do anything without the will of the council. So as a CEO, I'm telling you that community engagement and consultation will be extensive part of moving forward.
If I may, perhaps I didn't phrase it properly. I got that after the fact, after I read this report and didn't find it in there. I understand it after the fact. What I'm saying is, going forward, if it's not written in here, am I to assume that it's automatically going to be public consultation? I understood the process, but it just wasn't, as Councillor Burke said, plain language would have said, we are going out to consult, but there wasn't the plain. So that's my question.
Yeah,
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I can assure you that that will happen. As a CEO, I will tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Duguay and Parnell. Councillor Duguay.
Mr. Chairman, I think I perhaps lost my train of thought here. I will continue to support the amended motion, specifically to item 4. It was a matter that I introduced, and all I was introducing, Mr. Chairman, was a principle. So that if we're going to talk to our residents about parking permit, it's understood as an approach that an individual homeowner, if there was 2 parking spaces required on that lot, that the maximum number of parking permits shall be 2. So a ratio. So that the use of the street would have to be shared, a principle, because there is, without that principle, there was a propensity that one property owner who happens to have, for example, say student or multiple tenants in a building could have acquired permits to occupy the entire street. So it's just a principle that we can share with the public as part of our consultation. That was one of my suggestions. Now, I'd like to speak briefly to the complexity of the report. Interestingly enough, this is somewhat within my professional wheelhouse, and I understood the report completely. This has been brewing for some time. Parking, site parking, residential site parking has been the bane of this council. Every single zoning application that comes forward, parking is always the topic. And generally, there's not enough. Generally, it needs more. It needs more. But if you look at the evidence in Mr. Jones' research, the very parking, the projects that approved by this council as built have now demonstrated that there's too much surface parking. It's not needed. So we have practical evidence. So I understand the complexity. I understand and I support Councillor Reyna's comments. Public consultation has to follow, and it will follow. And to be specific on item number 4, all I was attempting to do was introduce a principle of how parking permit might be employed on a street basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duguay. Any further comments or questions? Mayor Leal?
I don't want to dwell on this point long time, but I do take Councillor Riel's point that common courtesies with each other around this table is vitally important. That's one of the reasons why the province wants mayors to have strong mayor powers. But here in Peterborough, we've always worked on a consensus. We've always worked, my time here, fundamental respect for each other. So I just want to make sure that we continue to follow that avenue, Mr. Chairman, as we move forward.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Any further comments or questions? All right, so moved by Councillor Parnell. We did have an ask to separate out A and B, so we'll do that. So we'll take a vote on A first and go from there. Yeah, and A is just received for information, the presentation. And that is carried. And B. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. So we're moving on to our last item of the evening, 2031 Municipal Housing Pledge. Councillor Reel, Mayor Leal. Councillor Reel.
I'll let the mayor speak first and then I'll speak after him.
Mayor Leal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We do know that the province of Ontario a number of months ago identified that by 2031, the province wants to build 1.5 million new homes in the province of Ontario. And that every municipality in the province, particularly those in southern Ontario, would be allocated a contribution to that overall goal. In our particular case, our contribution to the 1.5 million new homes will be 4,700 new units over the next number of years to 2031. Over the last couple of days, last Thursday particularly, I had a very comprehensive discussion with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honorable Paul Calandra, and I thank him for extending time that him and I could have that conversation. We do know actually now that additions that we make to long-term care beds in the province of Ontario can be added to the overall number of 4,700 new units. Also, one of the things that we will be consulting with the province, you may have seen that the big mayors of the province of Ontario have requested the minister look at slightly changing the formula for the allocation for infrastructure funding, that a portion of it be released based on new permits and not actual builds. In my capacity as the chair of the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, we're also requesting the same thing. And one of the reasons why we believe that this should be looked at very seriously. We all welcome the news of the Bank of Canada last week that the interest rate will be, that they're going on pause at this particular time in terms of the bank rate, which influences mortgages, which influences the cost of borrowing money. For those that take an interest in Bank of Canada statements, like I do from time to time, when you read the fine print of the governor's speech last week, buried in some of the pages towards the back of his comments, is that the Bank of Canada, if they don't get their 2% inflation target, are prepared to move up interest rates more in the future. We do know if that becomes a reality, makes the cost of borrowing more expensive, cost of mortgages more expensive, which will slow down the number of homes being built in the province of Ontario. Councillor Riel is right when he made a comment to me a couple of weeks ago. We'll do everything on our side of the railroad tracks to expedite, work with the province, get the environment as positive as we can for building new homes in our community. But we do know that there are other things that we don't have influence over. We don't have influence on the bank rate. We don't have the influence on commodity prices, supply chains, or we don't have influence on the availability of laborers to build new homes. So with all that, Mr. Chair, we're involved in this housing pledge. We'll work cooperatively with the minister, with the province of Ontario, to indeed make this happen. You've heard me say on many occasions, we have one of the tightest vacancy rates, fourth tightest in Canada today at 1.1%. We have the 10th most expensive rental rate for a two-bedroom apartment at $1,998. So there's no question. We need to build up our inventory, and we do want to do everything in our power to make sure that we provide that framework to move ahead in the housing sector.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Moved by Mayor Leal. I have Councillor Reel and Burke. Councillor Reel.
Through the chair, and certainly when there's a thought going around, and this is the big cities are asking this here to be compensated for when they have the work that they've done by staff. And I'm wondering if the mayor of the city of Peterborough is going to do the same thing and author a letter and send it to the minister and asking that we have done everything that we possibly can for, and certainly the Builders Association say, you know, you need to do more, you need to be more nimble, and I think that we're trying to do that. But we've also put some work into it, and site plans are sitting there. And I think that we need to be compensated for that. And I think a letter needs to go, just like the big cities are asking them to be to be compensated for the work that they've done. I attended a meeting with Councillor Burke, and certainly the mayor was the speaker there, and it had to do with the Peterborough Homeowners Association. And they're to build 940 homes this year. They're going to build 200. They're falling short of what they're supposed to be doing. Unless interest rates and commodity prices come down, they're not going to make that number. And I think just in a conversation with the mayor today, he's following the Bank of Canada, it looks like that interest rate's not going to come down. It even could be increased. So therefore, we're not going to meet our housing targets. And certainly, I think that for all the work that we've done, and certainly, I think, and I said this to the to the homeowners or the builders association. I says, what happens when we clean our side of the deck? And we're not the impediment anymore. What's your excuse then for not building the houses that you're supposed to build? And there was no answer. We're doing that. We're putting in place where we can streamline our system and get their site plans out to them in a very short fashion for them to do what they have to do. But again, unless inflation, commodity prices come down, they're going to fail to meet their targets of 940 homes, because this year, and there's the paper right there, they're building 200.
Thank you, Councillor Reel, for that. Councillor Burke, Lachika, Councillor Burke.
Thanks through the mayor to either Mayor Leal or Commissioner Papadakos. I just have some like general comments from my notes in reviewing all this. Through the chair, have the 74, have our prioritized HATF recommendations, have those been submitted? Or is that up for discussion tonight?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, those have been submitted.
Okay, thanks. I think that one of the things that I identified from my list that was important to me, and you can recognize it in the build that we had at Monaghan Road. That build came in and was said to be an affordable housing project, which was 80% of market rate, and the city has had to come in and subsidize that to make it truly affordable on the backs of the residential taxpayers. So I think one of the H8FT recommendations on HATF recommendations that I would be waiting to see if there's any traction with is to develop and legislate a clear province-wide definition of affordable housing to create certainty and predictability. And it also gave us room to comment there. And I would say that the need in our community is for that definition to be localized. So that's just my feedback with that. Now, the pledge, which is the part that we're discussing, is that correct? The pledge which comes after those recommendations? Appendix 5? Is that what we're discussing?
Yeah, that'd be endorsed by council, correct?
Yeah, thanks. So I just had some feedback on that through the chair for the commissioner or the mayor. I was wondering if we can add some language on page 160, which talks about city land and development policy initiative. This is through the ways we've looked at projects of adaptive reuse. Can we add language around provincial lands or schools? What's that?
Okay, so Councillor Burke has the floor. So Councillor Burke, just 160 provincial lands or
yeah. So I guess that's
lands?
my first question. Can we add some language around provincial to include provincial land or schools on that language about city land development?
Mr. Papadakis, take your time, but would that be appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is
says
fine. I'm just trying to see if we've covered it off already in some way, shape, or form. But because we did this, so the pledge does have requests of the province, right, to support the housing pledge. So I think we could probably amend one of those measures to include something along the city also doing a review of their surplus lands.
Yeah, I mean, through the chair, it just says municipally owned land, and it would be interesting to include more of a spectrum there. And then I guess the last thing I'll ask about is, and I brought this up before, and I think through the chair, the staff has been really helpful with me, like differentiating the conflating issues here. And this is, to me, my understanding is that this is a pledge to increase supply. So I've been very well helped to try to rein in some of my ideas, but I have a problem with these ideas that so heavily cater to making it easy for developers. And I don't think that we have I personally don't believe that we'll find the type of funding that we need, or have some angel developer that's going to come and build us out of the housing crisis. I don't think that's going to happen personally. So I was really interested in how to bolster up the third section that talks about affordable and supportive housing. So I'm just asking staff if there's any suggestions while we're we're discussing and disseminating the issue. Is there anything we can embed on that affordable and supportive housing section to really encourage more of those projects to be done?
Sure. Mayor Leal?
If I might respond to Councillor Burke, appreciate you raising that, but when you look on 160 that you've referenced regarding other public lands, one of the things we're actively looking at are modular prefabricated buildings, which will drive down substantially the cost of housing. And there may be some appropriate locations in the city of Peterborough where that kind of form of housing would be appropriate and provide what I think is really affordable opportunities for many individuals.
Through the chair, one last idea from a housing symposium that Councillor Riel and I attended a couple of weeks ago was, and I'm going to read it through the chair to the room to see if there's any way we can embed this in our pledge. But is there any way we can not count the debt associated with municipal housing projects as part of our annual repayment limit, or increase the ceiling over and above the annual repayment limit specifically for debt associated with municipal housing projects? This is a way to capitalize how tightly stuck we are right now in being able to do anything further.
Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Chairman, it would be great if the province did not take into consideration affordable housing debt in the city's annual debt repayment limit. That would be great. But and when the councillor and I did have a bit of an offline conversation about this, really the second thing that would need to take place is, of course, our debt rating agency, Standard & Poor's, when they consider the city's creditworthiness, debt is debt in their world, regardless of what form it takes. So it would be great if the province, on one hand, did not count the city's affordable housing debt against us in terms of our debt capacity calculation. That would be great, but it would also really help if the debt rating agencies like Standard & Poor's followed suit. So it's really two things there, but I like where he's going with his comment. Councillor
Burke?
Thanks, and I didn't mean to confuse anyone. I was just responding. Minister Clark wrote that they were looking for additional opportunities based on local circumstances. So I just wrote down some notes, and thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. Councillor LaChica and then Duguay. Councillor LaChica?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just wanted to express a few things. I think that certainly this particular municipal housing pledge and everything that's contained in this report is probably one of the most significant pieces, one of the most significant documents to alter the course of how we build and how we address the future of housing in Peterborough, as well as our municipal democracy. And this is, you know, when it was announced at our AMO convention that strong mayor powers were going to be conveyed to 20 some more municipalities, I think everybody was surprised. Perhaps people weren't, but this is a significant moment. And the thing that struck me as I read were the dates. Things have happened very, very quickly in a very short amount of time when our provincial government has gone through a great deal of turmoil, I think, around the Greenbelt and Bill 23. We're here making decisions based on some of the implications of Bill 23. So I read some of this solemnly. There's a great deal of disarray in legislation right now. And of course, we want funding. And of course, we have a great mayor and we have a great mayor who is taking housing seriously. I can say that and believe that. However, this is a turning point in municipal legislation across this province. And we need to realize that the great mayor we have right now might not be the same mayor in the next term and in the next term. So these are significant moments. And I have to express some disappointment that we have not had an opportunity to speak together about this as a council. I feel that we need to have some legislative in-servicing on the implications of what each and every point that's listed here. And there's one even missing about a strong mayor can present a budget unilaterally. And if not, it goes to council. But that's a new piece. That's a great deal of power. And in these days of increases to our taxes, to our province and municipalities in our province losing 1.5 billion a year in development charges. That is what AMO has said because of Bill 23. We forget about it, and I think the public needs to be reminded that this is part of where we are as we enter tax time and into November in our meetings. We need to remember that. And so we need to consult, and there's been a theme about consultation tonight, not only with developers, but with other stakeholders. I think that we need to open up the conversation in this housing pledge dialogue and in our housing pledge commitment. And I would like to propose an amendment to the recommendations that nonprofit groups, our urban, Indigenous, and First Nations communities be part of that consultation, and that we need to make sure that by December 4th, we have a housing pledge that's inclusive, not only to developers, but to those in our community who also want to step back from the canvas and support community housing, social housing, rent geared to income housing, which is not just affordable, quote unquote, housing, which is intended to profit-based. It's profit-based. We want to care for our community as well. And if we look around at Wolf Street, we know that this is a priority. So I just want to present that amendment to the clerk that I would like to have the addition. And if I could, may I have some language in the amendment to the recommendation, to the pledge?
So
Mr. Chair?
so the first one is that, let's deal with this one first. So that nonprofit, urban, and Indigenous groups be consulted, is that correct?
So the language I have is that staff shall expedite Indigenous and public consultation through diverse means to incorporate Indigenous and community groups and interests to allow for further advocacy into the housing pledge before it's finalized for council approval.
Okay, and that would be a part of, that would be C? Is that
Yes,
correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Do you have that just email to the clerk and we'll put it up again?
I have it in hard copy. If I could just say it to you again.
Sure, if you could just read it
Sure.
a few times to the clerk, maybe just a little slower, and we'll get that into the record.
Okay. And just supplemental to that, part of this is that the official plan, we still haven't been, council has not been debriefed on what the returning changes back to our original official plan are and the implications of that. So
Okay, so Councilor Chica, I just want to point you to page 163 for Indigenous consultation and reconciliation. Is that what you're?
I read 4.
Okay.
But it's more of a question about, what are the guidelines on the duty to consult and the duty to accommodate, and how should municipalities consult with First Nations communities? I see that as more of a question. I think the language of including it in the pledge, as I've stated, insists upon that happening for December 4th.
Okay, so if you want to move the amendment, if you can just say it one more time. Natalie, are you, okay, so if you can just, then we'll take a vote on it. So Councilor Cheek, if you could just repeat it again for our colleagues who are just hearing it
Yes.
for the first time.
That staff shall expedite Indigenous and public consultation through diverse means to incorporate Indigenous and community interests and further advocacy into the housing pledge before it is finalized for council approval. And part of the reason is if we don't do it now, it's going to be too late, and December 4th is coming quickly.
Okay, so that's C. Mayor Leal has indicated that's a friendly amendment. So the new motion in front of us is A, B, and C that you just heard. We'll try to get it up on the screen when we can. So anything further, Councillor Chica?
Yeah, so just supplemental,
Okay.
a question through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Potts. I know in other municipalities there has been robust discussion and presentation on strong mayor powers, and I would like to ask if it's possible for council to have that dialogue and that discourse. Thank you.
Mr. Potts?
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Potts.
if it's council's wish to have an education session, that's certainly council's prerogative.
All right, thank you. Councillor Chica, would you like to go back on the list, or is that all good?
Well, I guess I would like to know if it is the will of council to have an information session on the details of the strong mayor's powers. So I don't know if the best way to do that is to move a motion or to just informally ask if that would, by a straw vote, whether that could be something that could happen.
Mr. Potts?
Alternatively, staff can simply take direction to report to council, providing an overview.
All right, perhaps we'll do that. Do you need a vote on that as an amendment, or is that all right, Councillor Chica? We'll just direct staff to provide that info back to us.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Potts. Thank you, Councillor Chica. So we have an A, B, and C now. Councillor Duguay, Mayor Leal. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I have, like many here, I've read this report and I support the original recommendation. I don't find that the report under any circumstances makes it easier for development community to achieve the objective of creating housing. To be very clear, development in our community is achieved through the development industry. There are occasions and exceptions where the city, when we're granted funding, we can create affordable housing. But development, the very fabric of our community has been a result of development industry. This is not making it easier for the development community. This is making it possible for us to ensure we position ourselves as a community to meet the housing targets and receive necessary funding from the provincial government. This does not make it easier for the development industry. If that's the case, then I would ask Councillor Burke, I'd ask you to carefully examine the rigorous and very expensive planning approval process that this council has recently approved. This doesn't make it easier for council. Also, I have considered the report, various pages do speak to such things as public-private policy. It speaks to complete community and it speaks to Indigenous consultation. So I'm satisfied that the report as written is well-rounded and sends a very strong and necessary message to Queen's Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duguay, for that. Mayor Leal?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. If I can provide a bit of commentary on the strong mayor powers. I've chatted with peers of mine across the province. It's interesting enough, some of the things they outline, we already do. For example, council, the only direct person that we hire or dismiss is our chief administrative officer. So that's nothing new. 5 decades ago, the city of Peterborough made a determination to hire our first city administrator. That was one Alex Crate. Why did we hire Alex Crate 5 decades ago? Was to have somebody at the top, the chief administrative officer, that actually ran the organization on a day-to-day basis and removed elected politicians from trying to micromanage managers in the field, like snow plowing, garbage pickup, etc. So I want nothing to do with ever hiring or firing managers within the division. That's not an appropriate role of the elected individuals. Create new committees of council, appoint chairs and vice chairs. Mayor already has that now. At the start of council, we appoint chairs and vice chairs on portfolios. Bring forward council consideration in certain municipal matters. Well, the only area that there may be some issue of exercising these powers is potentially on planning matters. Um, because there's been situations in them before. We all know the buzzwords of NIMBYism and banana, build absolutely nothing anywhere. And in order to hit these targets that have been presented to us, because those targets have been put in place for us to access, of course, provincial infrastructure ways. So there may be a day when some mayor at some particular situation may have to exercise the strong mayor powers when it comes to planning. But these other things that they've identified in this list, we're already doing, Mr. Chair. So there will never be a need. And on the budget issue, we've always built budgets in this community, every council, through a consensus and a vote. So we'll continue with that process. So as I said, the planning area may be the only area where one might, from time to time, consider exercising some of those powers.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Mayor Leal, A, B, and C. We will take a, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, no, for sure. So we'll separate out A, B, and C.
And actually, that may or may not be necessary depending on the
Okay.
answer to this question. I do very much, through you, Mr. Chair, appreciate C being brought to the table, even though it is mentioned in the body of the report. My concern is the timeline, and we have to have this pledge in by a certain time to be eligible for any of this provincial money. So will that additional consultation that's being added jeopardize our timeline to be eligible for these significant funds?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as identified in the report, we need to submit this by December 15th. So that's the date that we have to submit this pledge to the province. So that's that's not very far from now.
No, so through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Papadakis, is it even feasible to do an additional consultation in advance of that? Because it's already, I know it's already going to happen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it might be challenging to do so, and I also will maybe point out that if I understand the C that's been written as of now, I think we actually may have some contradictory recommendations. Unless we're amending B in some way, shape, or form, because B is giving the clerk, is directing the clerk to submit council's resolution and the corresponding materials to the ministry. So we would be hard pressed to meet the deadline. Thank you.
Okay, so I will ask that they be separated out. I'll support A and B, but I don't think we should support C because it is contradictory in language, although I totally appreciate the sentiment behind it. But I do not want to jeopardize getting this pledge in on time or to be able to get we are desperate for provincial and federal money to help in so many ways, so we can't jeopardize those timelines. Thank you.
All right, so I'll ask that C be separated out. We'll do A, B, and then C separate. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just to the Commissioner, I just wanted to ask how the C is contradictory. I'm not sure I'm clear on that. I think sometimes if it's not explicit, then, what is it and is it happening? And, we have reconciliation to do on a municipal level. So I think when we can be explicit, we should be explicit. And I'm not sure how it's contradicting the language in the report later on. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding correctly, the consultation is to be done to amend the housing pledge as it's currently drafted, bring that back to council, get approval, and then submit on December 15th. If my understanding is not correct, and that the recommendation is intended to say that while implementing the initiatives that are outlined in the pledge, that consultation is taken into consideration and part of the process of how those unfold, then I don't see there being an issue. So I think it's up to council and to get some clarity on that matter and make that determination.
Thank you, Councillor LaChica.
Thank you. So just supplemental, the spirit of it is really just that besides developers, that agencies, social services, that in Indigenous communities, that there be an opportunity for community voice beyond just developers that would be targeting community housing and social housing, rent geared to income housing, that aspect. And so that just to open the conversation, there's 2 months to be able to do that. It is enough time if it's done strategically, in my opinion. I think that we need to make some political statements about our commitment to reconciliation. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wholeheartedly support the intention behind the motion, and it would be staff's utmost intent as we work through and implement the initiatives that have been not only included in this pledge now, but I would encourage council to go back and look at previous reports that we've submitted earlier in the year that have been kind of forecasting the Housing Accelerating Fund submission, the Streamlining Development Approval Fund reports. Like this isn't coming out of left field. We've been building on a series of initiatives to this moment, and so and I might also just clarify that this pledge wasn't written by the development community. This pledge was developed by the professional staff that have done jurisdictional scans about what are all of the initiatives that are being deemed successful by the funding agencies and by the other levels of government that are really trying to address the housing supply and affordability crisis through innovative measures that reform our approach to land use planning decisions in Ontario. And so so the pledge and the recommendations included in there are not, I'm getting this, I just want to make sure it's not getting out there in the community that this pledge was written by the development community, because this pledge was, written by staff based on our jurisdictional scan. The initiatives and how that are identified and how they unfold, how they are developed, how they are actually fully implemented. There will be processes for that. There will be projects. There will be subsequent consultation. There will be, we will acknowledge and fully respect our duty to consult with the Indigenous communities where it is appropriate to do so. So I would just caution that whatever recommendation is being contemplated here, it's understood in that context, and hopefully that background helps clarify the direction we should be going. Thank you.
All right, so CAO Reyna, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to emphasize here too that the staff also did a lot of benchmarking here. And I also want to say that whether you like it or not, it's a race out there. And we are already lagging behind the race. But the way the Commissioner Papadakis has said, that doesn't mean that we would be bypassing the engagement with all the partners whom you have said that. But I also want to say that over the next few weeks, we are very busy because we are starting the budgeting discussions, and we'll be totally committed to that too. And we just don't want to go and do some, a very low profile of work, because we need proper resources so that we can go and engage them. Because if you see that our whole schedule and all the staff, key staff person will be involved in the budgeting and the finance discussion. I just want to highlight that.
So thank you, CEO Reyna, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's the idea that the mayor's task force included 5 developers, and that it wasn't beyond the development community for the consultation. So that's where it's stemming from. Could the mayor's task force have not included beyond just the development community? Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Burke and then Mayor Leal. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, I mean, I think through the chair and to my colleagues and to staff, they're talking. No, these guys, I need them to listen, because I'm sort of just proposing based on the conversation, maybe an idea, but is there a way to not be so stuck in the language of this and more so be brought in on the idea that's being presented? And we have to have this come back to council, correct? Correct?
So I just want to be clear on the timeline. This won't be approved till November 27th, because this is committee. So this will be approved on the 27th, and that gives staff literally 2.5 weeks for public consultation, where this pledge needs to be back by December 2015. So everyone's just aware of the timeline. So
completely aware, and thank you for answering. I'm just wondering if there is a way to amend the amendment to get some consultation with Indigenous leaders in communities in Peterborough that we could get some feedback that we could have for the next, when comes back to council? Is that something that we could do? If we're saying that there's no, if we're hearing from staff, when we're being asked this, that there's not time for staff to expedite Indigenous and public consultation, is there something that we could do more quickly that we do have time for?
Through
Reina?
you, Mr. Chair, again, the way I said it, we don't want to do something half-heartedly because we want to take it very seriously. And I also want to say, currently we have a very robust system in place where each project we consult the Indigenous people, and we don't do anything without consulting them. But that doesn't mean we won't be consulting on these, but there's a tight timelines and there is a budgeting issues going on and there are key staff involved there. So we don't want to do something half-heartedly just to make it as a check mark for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burke. Mayor Leo, and we'll try to move on.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Cheeky, you made a good decision. I haven't finalized the composition of the task force. It's still work in progress. And it'll be probably a week or so before we finalize. And you made a very good suggestion this evening who we may want to broaden it somewhat. And I'm happy with that. But our big problem is we need to get this approved on the council meeting November 27. My understanding is the government of Canada is making decisions as we speak on the Housing Accelerator Fund across Canada. If you've been watching the announcements that are being made by the government of Canada on this Accelerator Fund, they are communities that have approved their housing pledges, and they're communities that have had more incentives into their local housing mix in order to provide leverage with the government of Canada funding. So we're in serious jeopardy if this doesn't get approved on November 27th. And if it wasn't urgent, I wouldn't say it was urgent because it is. And we need to get this approval into, to get it done, into the province of Ontario and clearly signal to the government of Canada that we want to be in a position to access as much of that housing accelerator fund that we can. These are big numbers they're announcing, and those municipalities that are in strategic position now are the ones that are going to get their funding approval. So December 4th, I think, is too late, but we can look at ways to amend our task force at housing.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. All right, moved by Councillor Leal. We'll separate out C, so we'll take a vote on A and B and then C. And that is carried. Thank you. And we'll take a vote on C. And that is lost. All right, so we do have a notice of motion. I am going to declare a pecuniary, as is the mayor, so I will pass it over to Councillor Crowley to deal with the notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a notice of motion tonight. Why don't I pass it over to lovely Councillor Baldwin to read. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple of minor housekeeping items to this that the clerk and I had confirmed late this afternoon. So I'll just read the updated one, then I could very briefly speak to the notice of motion. So number one is, whereas the proponent is proposing to construct and operate a long-term reliability project as defined and with the characteristics outlined in the table below under the long-term request for proposals issued by the Independent Electricity System Operator, IESO. Unique project ID of the long-term reliability project, LT1007-5-1. The name of the long-term reliability project is the North End Peterborough Storage. The legal name of the proponent is Portland's Energy Center, LP, doing business as Atura Power or an affiliate. Technology of the long-term reliability project storage. Maximum contract capacity of the long-term reliability project in megawatts, 125. Property identification number PIN 28130-0112, the Trent University owned lands. 2, pursuant to the LT1 RFP, proposals that receive the formal support of the local jurisdictional authorities of all the project communities in which the long-term reliability project is located in the form of a support resolution will be awarded rated criteria points for the purpose of ranking the proposal in relation to other proposals for a contract under the LT1 RFP. And now therefore be resolved that number 1, the Council of the City of Peterborough supports the development, construction, and operation of the long-term reliability project on the Trent University-owned lands located within the municipal boundaries of the City of Peterborough. And 2, this resolution's sole purpose is to enable the proponent to receive rated criteria points under LT1 RFP or to satisfy its obligations under any awarded LT1 contract, and may not be used for the purpose of any other form of approval in relation to the proposal or long-term reliability project, or for any other purpose. Rated criteria points will be used to rank the proponent's proposal in relation to other proposals received by ISO under the LT1 RFP. I can speak to that briefly, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
As Councillor Riel and I knew a couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting with Ms. Davis at Trent, and she'd indicated this might be coming. Trent is considering an agreement to lease a portion of their lands in the Simons campus to allow for the creation of a battery energy storage system. As the mayor indicated earlier in his comments about the IESO, they've now launched a competitive process to support projects that include battery energy storage systems. The North End Peterborough Storage Project aligns with Trent's reputation as a world-leading environmental university. The project aligns with the guiding principles of the Trent Lands and Nature Areas Plan, and the system would increase Ontario's electricity storage and support grid reliability. This is an area of about 10 to 20 acres as we understand it, and they've been identified along the hydro corridor of the East Bank as the optimal location due to its proximity to transmission infrastructure. Bids will be submitted to the province by December the 12th, 2023. And if selected, they will engage in a formal consultation with Indigenous communities. They'll conduct environmental and archaeological studies and other regulations before any approval can proceed. So as I understand it, Mr. Chair, in order for this project through Trent University to proceed, it needs to be endorsed by City Council, and that's why I'm bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. So do we have anyone that wants to speak to the notice of motion? All right, Councillor Parnell.
Thank you. I was kind of hoping somebody else would speak first to this. So it is a notice of motion that referred to municipal lands. Nowhere in the notice of motion did it say Trent lands. And I would love to support it because I do support Trent and I do support their green energy, but they are in direct competition with our own COFI, which is, the City of Peterborough Utilities Inc. And you have to remember that COFI, we are the sole shareholder. We get 100% of their profits. They give us about $6 million a year, which is about 4% tax increase that we do not have to add. Plus, they just gave us $1.8 million to help with the affordable housing project on Monaghan Road. And we don't want to undermine our own profitable utility that helps us not go to the taxpayer for the services we must provide. Ideally, we would get both approved. both the Kofi submission and the Trent Land submission. That would be ideal, but there's only so much money to go around, and we're already after a small part of that pie. So it's a tough one. I want to support it, but I support Kofi more because it helps us keep the tax rate down and do what we need to do as a municipality. So I will have to vote against this with regret, but I have to vote against it because I support Kofi and we really like that revenue. Thank you.
Councillor Parnell, anybody else want to speak to that? Councillor Baldwin, Burke, and Hickey?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to other councillors first, then maybe I can speak at the end.
Okay, Councillor Burke and then Councillor Hickey? Yes? Sorry, it's just, I was looking there first. I am so sorry.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Burke?
Thank you through the new chair. I just have a question. I don't really know who to ask, but are there significant environmental impacts from something like this?
Who are you asking? Go ahead, Councillor Baldwin. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, through you to the clerk, I understand, Mr. Clerk, there is someone who might be in the audience who could speak to that.
So, Mr. Clerk, to have them come up, it's
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it was council's will to have any questions answered this evening, there is the representatives from the proponent are here. Just be a matter of suspending the rules to do so with a 2/3 vote. Thank you.
okay. So do we want to take a vote to suspend the rules to allow them to speak? Okay, moved by Councillor Burke. Are we able to take a vote to allow our chair to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would just, it's been moved by Councillor Burke, and we'll just load that into our system that the rules
And
is
it's a two-third-
suspended
two-third majority, right?
to enable the
Okay.
proponent to speak this evening.
Perfect.
Just bear with us, Mr. Chair, as my colleague loads that into our votes.
Absolutely. Right, so we'll take the vote. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Hickey. All right, and that's carried. And before we begin, it's Margaret?
Yes.
Thank you for coming, Margaret. Councillor Hickey, you had a comment. It was successful. Okay, well, fair enough. Okay, sorry, we'll come back to you. Councillor Burke.
Thanks through the chair. I have a question. Sorry. Who am I speaking to?
Sorry, apologies. Go right ahead. It's Mark. Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret. Through the chair to you, can you just please provide a brief overview of the project? And my concern was the potential environmental impacts of the work.
Through the chair. So this would be a battery energy storage project. With respect to any environmental concerns, if awarded through the ISO contract, which we would find out in May 2024, if we would be awarded, should we go forward with the submission in December, we would undertake an environmental assessment. But initially, we've already walked down the lands. We've had some environmental consultants walk the lands. We don't see any environmental impacts, but again, should we be awarded a contract, we would undergo a full-blown environmental assessment as required by regulation.
Thanks. And then just supplementary through the chair, what would be some types of concerns by this energy storage facility? Like, would it be something that could be in a residential area? I just know nothing about it, so I'm looking for you, through the chair, for you to provide some context. To me, we're in Peterborough, a post-industrial environment. We have lots of sites in the city that have have had great impact, lasting impact, long after the industry has left. And so I'm just asking, I'm just hesitant. And my question to you through the chair is like, what would the long-term, short-term environmental impacts of something like this be?
Through the chair, again, I think once we undertake a full-blown environmental assessment, we will be able to, more fulsomely speak to your question. But offhand, I don't see any long-term or short-term environmental impacts other than, maybe cutting, and again, and then we do have representatives from Trent University. I think they've done some initial environmental work on their lands, and they have identified this as lands for future development. And they aren't, again, from my understanding, they're not, they're on not necessarily farmland, but they're on open land, not near residentials. It is between Douro 9th Line and Nassau Mills Road, but it would be tucked away, and you wouldn't really be able to see it from the road. So, but again, I think with respect to your environmental concerns, good questions. But again, I think we'd have to undertake the full-blown environmental assessment to understand more fully.
Am I going to be able to charge my iPhone if I'm next to the building? Like, I'm asking, like, what sort of like, I know nothing about this. I need like the Coles notes about the question I'm asking is like, what are the impacts by something like this coming to the community
Okay, so
that you're asking for our approval tonight for?
okay, so and listening to your conversation earlier with respect to the residential parking and your concerns about EV, so Ontario is going to it is being short on capacity. So unless we get more supply resources online, such as battery energy storage projects, there could be impacts to grid reliability, and charging your cell phone could be impacted if we don't get the additional megawatts online. And 1,600 megawatts is what the ISO is looking for with respect to battery projects. So that is what we are trying to meet, is with the additional demand of EV charging, electrification, nuclear refurbishments, the province needs this additional supply to maintain grid reliability.
Thanks. And through the chair, I'm just asking, like, in the same way that having a transformer, a power line over your house would change things for the person who's living there, what are the impacts of a storage facility like this in the area?
So the storage facility would be located on the Trent leased lands near the existing hydro corridor. So I do not think it will have a big impact on Trent itself or any residents nearby.
May I start? Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening. So nice to meet all of you. Tarek Al-Jarisi. I'm the Vice President of Finance and Administration for Trent University. So I just want to speak to the lands because one of your questions is, how does this impact? So we at Trent University a number of years ago did a Trent Lands Plan. We mapped out our lands. We identified the green areas. We identified development lots, and this would be part of where it is a development area. It is one that's identified would have very low environmental impact at the time that we did those assessments. That's why we've selected this area. I'd say if you look at where it is, it's abutting 9th Line. It would be set back quite a bit from the road. So the impact, even on the campus itself, it's far enough away that it wouldn't have an impact for us. It's not an area that we believe will be developable within the next 25 years, which is sort of the life of this project. It would, as Margaret did say, the province is going through a large amount of a shortage in the amount of energy that is available. And by 2030, we're going to see between 4,000 and 6,000 megawatts. And to understand what this project will do is the 125 megawatts will act like a sponge. And during periods of generation where there is excess generation, that would be consumed by the sponge. And at times when we do need it as a province, as a community, and we have high periods of usage, such as in the middle of summer when everybody's got their air conditioning on, this would release it back into the grid. So what would happen is we don't need to generate that energy because you generate at peak. We don't need to generate that in the province. We don't need to have fire-powered coal plants. We don't need to do any of those things if we add more of these projects in line. It's an exciting technology. I think we're not the first to do it. Napanee as well just has a project with Achura as well, and they're doing 200 megawatts over there. There were notices delivered to a lot of the abutting neighbors about the project. Achura with Amoresco, and Amoresco's here as well, did hold a number of information booths at the university that were open, and we also held a community evening as well, invited community members to come in, and we had to talk to them about the project, talk to them about what we're doing, answer any of their questions that they may have. And this is just the preliminary piece. Obviously, if this moves forward and it gets awarded, there would be a much larger environmental impact assessment. There'll be more consultation as well, and so on. So we've done the steps to get us to this stage to prepare for actual application to the ISO. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we get to you, Councillor Hickey, I think we need to extend the time. We need to take a vote. Thank goodness. Moved by Councillor Duguay, so we will vote to extend the time past 10 p.m. I bet you will. All right, and that was carried. So, Councillor Hickey, if you'd like to please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Very much. Councillor Parnell's not here, and this isn't to offend her by any means, but are you a direct competitor of Kofi in this application?
This is a competitive process, so we would be submitting bids along with Peterborough Utilities and any other qualified proponents. So all qualified proponents are in competition with each other. So it's not just Atura Power and Peterborough Utilities. There's going to be 50, 60, 70, 100 other proponents.
Can I clarify, is that for Peterborough or all across
All
Ontario?
across Ontario.
Okay.
The location doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. So we have Councillor Baldwin and Councillor Duguay.
No, I have nothing more to say, Mr. Chair. I was just wanting to make sure that the councillors could ask questions of those who are at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Crowley. Just to be clear, so your bid is in response to the provincial government's request to find some places in Ontario where they can store battery power, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can I ask, are you pursuing other sites in Ontario other than Trent University?
Yes, we are.
And if I heard correctly, is that Kofi, their bid, which I believe is in Selwyn Township, which I believe will be considered by that municipal council very soon. You are competing with Kofi for some allocation of battery storage somewhere in Ontario.
We are competing with all proponents now.
No, but I'm not specifically, you're competing with Kofi in this instance, locally.
No, there is no local criteria points.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duguay, do we have any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much for joining us. I think we will now take a vote on the notice of motion. No one else has any questions or concerns? All right, we'll take a vote. And just a reminder that the mayor and Councillor Beamer have shown an interest. And that is carried. So thank you, Councillor Beamer. I will pass the reins back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Better than the last guy, so good job. Other business. Councillor Purnell, other business?
Am I allowed to ask a question about how we're going to handle this official plan? If we are supposed to have an answer back to the province by December 7th, we want to make any changes to it, i.e. the employment land configuration, which I could argue all about. Basically, we have to have notices of motion into the clerk by tomorrow morning at 11 to hit a general committee in November. And we really have not been given proper notice by the province so we could actually have a good discussion and relook, sir, because that official plan was based on land needs assessment. That said we had excess land when we don't. And so many things have changed in the province and all the housing pledges and targets and all of these things. And yet our official plan has lands frozen out.
So maybe it's a fair question about the process. So Mayor Leo, are you comfortable maybe just giving us update on the process and how we can
I
come?
sure can. As per an email that was sent out by Marco Papadakis, based on the discussion that occurred last Friday, the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Martha Greenberg, has indicated there will be no reopening of official plans. That was pretty clear in the email that was sent out by our senior staff. And it was also echoed to me by the minister himself when I had a conversation with him on Thursday afternoon. The 45 days, the clock is ticking. That started last Monday when the minister announced that there's 12 communities that official plans have been overturned. And the fact of the matter is we'll respond. But I want to emphasize again, the minister, the deputy minister, the senior staff in the ministry said there will be no reopening of full-blown official plan reviews.
Okay, and other,
You read his email.
all right, other business? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Burke. Take a vote. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, staff, for all your work this evening. See you next Monday.